Let's get this show on this road. And yeah. Woosha. Wooza. 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 It's time for that anime scene. I'll take it. It's a mess, motherfuckers. Damn. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say that the Fine Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up as if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference: the elimination seance. Victims' final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that, but they haven't stopped you from winning your cases here, Crane. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk's innocent, but... one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may... Yeah. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? Hey, AJ. Hey, AJ. Here you go, just like I promised. Okay. Thanks, Dots. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. I had a fine meal and a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Ha 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 ha. That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Just remember, H, if Dirk is found guilty today, we'll probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act 2. Yeah, Nahuta said something about that effect. That which Garam wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Guranese person rests on this trial. We're counting on ya, AJ. Well, you'll be fine. I'm going to be in this one. You'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right. Here we go. Let the trial of Dirk Sanmari begin. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nahuta. This trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karkun Kurain and the assassination of the former Queen Amara Sigatsar Kurain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Satmari? Prosecutor Satmari? Yes, of course, please proceed. What's with him? How very unlikely you, Prosecutor, is your mind elsewhere in this day? No, not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nahita? Well, Prosecutor Satmari, if I would be remiss if I failed to do a voice of a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son of the accused Dirk Satmari. You have heard truth? Does that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son? Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having a personal feelings intervene? Yes, with that question. Can he really handle this even if he's a prosecutor Satmari couldn't against his own father's just? How can the son of a criminal even be a prosecutor in the first place? Alright. Dirk? Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Is that right, Nahuta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doubters, just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Stupidity. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Satmari has no issue with this arrangement, then I ask commence the deliberations. No objection? Oh, the Queen. One moment, if you would. Your Eminence? Your Eminence, what brings you here? Ah. Your Majesty, would appear that the prosecutor Satmari does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you could deceive me? Nahuta Satmari. One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the Grand Dirk Satmari personally. Remain by our side and bear witness to have a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me? But is the Queen going to prosecute the case? Is that, Kaiser? There is no need for concern. Before we were Crown Queen, we serve as a prosecutor. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence Queen Karan Sikatar Kurain. First your Majesty and now this. Why doesn't anyone tell me these things? I heard she served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor. I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to Justice Minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, but for no lawyer could stand up to us. Oh, I am at loss for words. Today I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Wow. What the hell? Okay. Oh, what a magnificent sight. The Queen's attack from her prosecutor's stage TV will get to see it once more. What the? That's Queen Garan. Talk about an extreme makeover. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you all enemies of Crane, for I shall personalize his dies. And grind you up into hawk feet. I suppose I can ask her to crawl back to her polite pre-bacon personality. Nowadays, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench of a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any more last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep, she's dead serious. Now it is time for the divination seance. Rayfa, come forth. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination seance? Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? So I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Your benevolence? What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. Wait. Gary didn't do something to her, did he? Did she? Your minutes about today's divination seance. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. Is this deviation from protocol or part of your plan? Prosecutor Satmari, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Rayfa the trauma of witnessing her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Satmari? That's an oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Your Eminence, your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of controvertible evidence. So I believe we can reach a swift verdict without devoting the precious time to seance. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence and the misery. Experiencing the murder of her loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Satmari, your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without divination seance? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are you feeling on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fool, spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. Listen well, Rayfa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So let us see if the royal princess has truly come into her own... That's better, see? Problem solved. Poor Rayfa, is this really a good idea? Guess we'll see. Very well, let us begin the divinity seance. Dana, my rope. Oh. Looks like Dana's still missing. It's been a whole day already. She's dead. Barbed head. Yes? You remove my rope. What? Why me? Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Great, I've been reduced to royal rope in remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Wright to be Naina's replacement. Very well, your benevolence. Please start. Start when you are ready. Come, Rayfa. You know what must be done. There's no turning back now. I know. The final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, so that we may receive their...
Okay. I'm not gonna watch this dance again, man. Here we go. No. I. She passed out. You benevolence. What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bailey, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the disease was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning a Mother of the Years ever. I mean, of course Rafe was going to be overwhelmed. She's still just a child. Seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony. Your Majesty. Oh yes, let us proceed. Bailey, summon the witness. If you could. Dirk. This is not the accused. It is indeed. I thought I would give him the better opportunity to plead his case. But true justice is more than a unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. That seems uncharacteristically fair of her. However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, He, along with his couple of treacherous lawyers, should immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. I should have known there was a catch. Your card, your role, same as it always was, I see, Karen. Now then, Mr. Dirk Satmari, if you could enlighten us to what happened. Well, I would if I could. Alright, let's see. I was struck by a sudden diseaseness the moment I entered the tomb. Next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and lying right in front of me was Inga, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least I don't think I did. It go against everything I believe in. That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. Since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Satmari. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Seriously, Dirk, this is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Kara wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably. How low can she go? Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those wish-brain lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence. Show me the way. Now then, would the defense please begin their cross-examination? Alright. Some of those, he said, kind of bothered me, but let's see.
Hold it!
Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son? Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you.
Objection!
Call Your Eminence. Does she go anywhere without those goons? Was there a third party at the tomb when you were securing it? No, Your Eminence. We have searched high and low, but found no one of the sort. There you have it. Alright, I did search the palace. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. That's right, no one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site directives were absolutely flawless. Ugh. You see now, the presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. No waste of time. How can it be any more obvious? Dirk must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, gallery guy, as if our graves were already deep enough. Curious, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk. And let the accused's statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Satmari, if you would. It's like the more we press, the thinner our gaze get. Let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. What got added? Indeed, the tomb is probably non-existent. Dead as a Noranel.
Hold it!
A days passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that flower in my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you have no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There's nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Garan. I have no motive. You led a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is a motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice. I have declared countless times that I lead a bloodless revolution. Forbid violence and murder, even if some younger members may have a thirst for blood. Bloodless revolution. He wouldn't really have had a motive in that case. Is that an important statement? Yes, it is. Add it. Why not? That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well then, the accused will please do as the defense has requested. King have noted that me and my Ilksy have blood test revolution. Because everything I believe in?
Hold it!
You state that you didn't kill him more definitely? How can I when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you're a murderer? That I can do. I'm not a murderer, and I would never kill anyone, but no matter the circumstances.
Objection!
Do you have any evidence to support your claim that you that you did not kill the minister? Evidence? No, can't say I do. In that case, you will strike the statement I didn't kill him from your testimony. Wait, you can't just discard testimony like that. I mean, I'm the one cross-examining this defendant and all. Hold your prattling tongue, foreign devil. I am the queen of this kingdom. And the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will. What? Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating that I didn't kill him? It's gonna be yes? Sure, whatever it is, it's the current show after all, same as always. It's gonna be yes? I didn't kill him either. Where did they... Right, we do have a...
Objection!
There's a third party for sure, I believe. Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show you that there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale. We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister's blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped out by someone. What's this? But who would have done such a thing? That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped out the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime. Oh, and to whom do you suppose this bloodstain might belong? The bloodstain belongs to the real killer. The bloodstain belongs to a real killer, of course. Well, it was. They were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga. Since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it out. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun in the tomb.
Objection!
You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide this too is a known fact.
Objection!
But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding? Oh, the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. If there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare to look. Somewhere no one would dare look? Let's have you answer, defense. Now, where could a third party have hidden? Right there.
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard, and that would be... inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within, but if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guards were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when their coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confinements. Well, now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture. Defense request a DNA test on the spot stain, and then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders. Huh? But the trial's not even over yet. Not even over? How soon you forget you are already under the headsman's scaffold. As such, I could order you to be heading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Why not? Guard, bring it forth now. Here you are, Your Eminence. The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor Dirk Satmari. What? But Dirk wasn't injured, so where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up? Dirk's illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? And did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Oh shoot, you got me. Okay. It's Dirk's blood. Pay attention, Horn Devil, for this case has already been resolved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to a reactor, did you not? About that, did you or did you not make that claim of your own while litigation defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. I fell right into a trap. Do you see now the falling opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime? It's beyond the realm of possibility. Praise be for her Queen Karan. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place though? Sarcophagus? What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. Who knows? I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It's to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk Satmari is the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt. Has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. No, it can't be. Dirk would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The fine dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. So this is why the Karen allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. Now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Huh? Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dirk Satmari. What's this? You shall pass judgment? But your minute, is that not my role? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. As Queen of Khura'in, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. Guilty? Hold on.
Objection!
Wait. You didn't even give me a chance to refute. No, when you are defeated, lawyer. Just this once, I am willing to show you the depth of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come convince me. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we have got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise. That Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. What if that's not true? The 2 p.m. Like, if I said something wrong, it just might work. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Ringa really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Seems like the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? Before Dirk entered the tomb. Seems possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead. And that would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from entrance. Which means you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible, and so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far, so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all of this. I could do more with a distraction. Yes. Let us hear some testimony that will shed a light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Rafa. Surely she has recovered by now. But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? Hope you are feeling better, you benevolence. Must I perform the divination seance? What? Oh, no. We will merely require your testimony this time. How could my testimony be of any value? Your benevolence? Princess Rafa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like dropping salt in the wound. Being able to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Persecutor Satmati, may I ask you something? Of course, your benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? From where did you hear such a thing? From Mother. And only yesterday. Rafa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Yes, it may, your benevolence. It has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there's no need to let it trouble you. I know. Garen told Rafa about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it. What could it be? Rafa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Very well then, your benevolence. Your testimony, if you please. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for the Amara's tomb. Then at about 2:45, I saw Barbed Head and company into the courtyard. So no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2. See, okay, she's lying there. And then, you know, it went into the... Is the dog went in, though? The second floor veranda? Oh, you must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father in about 2:30. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence. So after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Seize this gyrate and bow before me. For I, Queen Karen, shall finally have your head. Give me your minutes, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness. That's right. Okay, where? Okay, let's see. Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think.
Hello, motherfucker.
Yo, hello, spirit. Very early, eh? Hello, how you been, man? Good morning. Oh, there's one unusual thing. There was. Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which, I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of its usual color. He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. You're fine. How far am I in the trial? How far? This is the first one. After finding Minister Inga dead? This is the first trial? Justice Inga. Seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to hit the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Does the defense believe the witness' last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony. My father let out a scream and came dashing out of his room, his face pale.
Hold it!
And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else. Just my father. That last statement was seriously lacking conviction. Should I press on her this? Would be nice to leave it be. Press softly, press harshly. Harshly, may I? Fuck it, you know. My life is on the line right now. You better let's have some details. The more the better. The details, you say? Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Foreign devil, I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw no one other than my father. Hey, what about Albie in the dock? Oh, if only I had stopped him then. Think you have struck on a nerve, or rather, obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. I have been guessing. Okay, I think. Let me save here. Pretty sure it's the Albie one. Like, Albie the doc for sure.
Objection!
Yeah. Your benevolence? You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Rafa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole his hat from someone. Nana! Oh, that's Nana's. I mean, nothing. Never mind. Aye, your benevolence. You fool of a daughter. Seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nana's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nana sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Ooh. No! Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nana. And I saw that dingbat dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, Your Eminence? I request that you will withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
Liar, bitch. You don't get to decide.
Insolence!
Such insolence. If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nana. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nana, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into a courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This crucial testimony. You took your eyes off the courtyard. It means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Oh. Your benevolence? Are you sure no one else was there? I see Karen is the prosecutor. Yeah, Karen is the prosecutor. Poor Stat Mari. She took over. Yes. She's hiding something again. The queen herself. The bitch queen. What about Nana? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nana she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. But how could Nana simply disappear while Reva wasn't looking? Reva must know something. The only question is what? What shadow was in the courtyard? Where did Nana disappear? Why Nana disappeared? Where did Nana disappear to? It's either these two. I'm pretty sure. Let's try that. Do you have any idea where Nana disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the test at the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb, and it just so happens that Nana disappeared right at that moment. No. Wait, you think Nana had something to do with the murder? I mean, I don't think we can rule it out. Sounds like something had kept Nana occupied since the early morning. Plus, she was seen right before the murder and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right. And since she's Reva's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Reva's attendant really be the killer? I don't think it's Nana though, the killer. But that would mean, first my father and now Nana? These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a foul breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nana did not enter the tomb. That much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Nana's hat was stolen, that crazed her spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that right, Reva? Yes it is. While the dingbat dog was tucking on Nana's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water. If she had truly headed into a tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belong to my husband, Inga. Then... That's right. Nana never did go into a tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in the Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belong to Nana. That's right, Edgeworth and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now, do you understand? Nana could not possibly have gone into a tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Ugh. Another glorious deduction. All hail the genius that is her eminence. Queen Garan. Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer. Urdihara! Could those guys fanboy any harder? Is it really true? Did Nana not go into a tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence? What time was it when that dog attacked Nana? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. 2:15? I see. Apollo, if Nana entered Inga's private quarter at around 2:15, Inga came racing out around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... Oh, I know what you were getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Would the defense please share the theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inga screamed because he had a bad dream. He was attacked by Nana, probably, yeah. He saw a ghost. Maybe he was attacked by Nana. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idealistic know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb? Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility exists. Obviously. Considering the fact that the body was found in the tomb, I'd say there's a possibility. What other nonsense. Reva had been watching the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body unnoticed? You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand the scream was in reaction to Nena's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe. Maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? Just let's look at this as simply as possible. The minister's body wasn't moved. He might have been stabbed by Nena in his private quarters, but then he died in the tomb. I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sathmari, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, could you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another one after being stabbed. Oh my, are you sure? Are you suggesting that he ran all the way to a tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, it wasn't a knife, you know? There was something else in the room though, I remember. The painkiller shots, you know? Easily could stab with him with the painkillers. With the big ass needles. It looked pretty big in the picture though. I don't have a picture anymore, do I? Yeah. But it looked pretty big. There's the syringe. In short, Minister Inga saw Nena with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, you magistrate, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Your Eminence. Ha! Nahuta? You dull, slow-witted, picture money lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to excruciating pain. Now, hold on. I'm going to teach you the meaning of pain. Please stop! Naruto has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dagger in their back. Okay, so if that murder weapon was a dagger, really? Then the painkiller shots should help, though, right? Oh, yeah, that someone could ignore pain like this, but they had a painkiller. That too could work, right? Medication you can use for his back pain. Said to make the pain disappear. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. I'm taking another look at the court record. Right, there must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain. The defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well, please present your evidence. It's gonna be...
Take that!
Ah, those are my father's painkiller shots. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from a terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We are told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. I don't tell me you didn't know about this, Your Eminence. You can't mean... Minister Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he had been stabbed. Been stabbed? What? What's this? Then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back? I am your magistrate, so that when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him. I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well. Yes, the knife was there. It was just plunging so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Nena in his private quarters. Walkunga! Holy mother of Kurain, are we dealing with the living dead here? Well, technically he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. Once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, Vikram removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Nena killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Nena to the stand. You seek to track down an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever. Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell a fact from fiction. Who or what should I believe in now? I'm sorry, Rafa, all I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicions Nena's involved in this case one way or another. Just when I thought we had blown this case wide open, but there's no turning back now. You fool of a lawyer. I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if you're proven guilty, as shall you under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. No, the simple fact is I have always believed that Dirk is innocent. Bruh, still you cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of appealing him and you will not be subject to an execution. Is this some sort of joke? Far from it. As queen, I have the power to grant pardons even to criminals like you. This queen, man, I don't... with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps, even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate. High trade! She wasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. Fuck the law, fuck the queen. But to flaunt that power in our face like that, that's just wrong. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, I will be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do? Abandon defense! Obviously, fuck Dirk! I'm just kidding. Sorry, Daddy. Nice try, Karen, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We will not kowtow to threats like that, Koto. Your Eminence. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. I don't want to track you into this, so don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. The first case. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objection from me. We ride together, we die together. Bad lawyers for life. you nincompoops. You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you even entertain the notion of continuing? I believe that Dirk is innocent. That's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death. Does that not frighten you, Hornhead? Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for? And yet Duty. It's a heavy burden, alright. Rafa looks like she's really struggling. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she has to face. Very well then. The defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act. Then I see no reason to not to continue with the proceedings, but I must admit, I see no grounds for doubting the accused's guilt. Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? I'm not sure. Well, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or should I have the executioner start his preparations? She thinks I can do this. She's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I checked that new evidence is indicating a different suspect. I don't think I have anything. So different suspect? You have the challenging photo. But I don't think it's for this one. Assassination file. This is the... What do we have? Such evidence does not exist. Just as I thought, I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head. Glad I didn't walk head first into that one then. So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Nena killed Inga, this trial is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need, even without evidence? You know, a key means obtaining the testimony here in Kura-in. Ah, I don't know what he means. How? Wait, are you actually suggesting... Certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a trial. Try? Your Majesty, a crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has not yet to be taken in this trial. But I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you will be able to prove that Nena killed Justice Minister Inga? Just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone? You need help? From someone? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? We gotta do the Seance, don't we? But that is... I don't like the Seance in this game. To be honest, the Seance is not... I'm not a huge fan of the Seance. I'll be completely honest. Not a huge fan with the Seance. Me? Hearing crime, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments. But that requires your benevolence's help. I think the Seance is great. Oh, really? I'm not a huge fan. I don't know what it is. I think I had so much difficulty with it. To be honest, such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. I always struggle with the Seance. If you are right about this, Reifa's power should enable her to see the merry moment Nena stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need me?
Objection!
Wretched simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time, or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as a royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Isn't that divination seance required at all trials anyway? So, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing down a verdict without one. Indeed, it would be problematic. Under Kuranese law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes. You like Reifa? Yeah, I like Reifa too. Reifa's not bad. Reifa's not bad. I kind of feel bad for her though, you know. For, very young, for a young little girl. 12 years old, I think she is. 12. You're my first time? Yeah, this is my first time. Oh, 14 actually. She's 14. So much responsibility for a little girl. Once you try my patience show, if I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As ruling sovereign of Kura-in, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, a divination seance shall be optional. Fuck off. What? She has the power to do that? She just rewrote the law with a flourish of her hand. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duties simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the scenes once more.
Insolence!
Grayfa, do not be fooled by his lawyerly guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Grayfa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Even worse, you have erred in true insights of late. For has not the bar one there overturned them for more than once? You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, be gone! Wow! This sacred hall of justice has no need for such a worthless royal priestess. What? Worthless? Wow, how can she say that to her own daughter? So, mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, hasn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. Very well, Horn Devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give you my consent. Really? However, should Grayfa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot. Come again? This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life on call on Grayfa to perform a divination? Yes! I believe in her! I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. You say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hornhead, I don't understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. I mean, it's very understandable, you know. Her own father. Very understandable. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. Have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage? Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance. It looks like she's got the determination to try again, right? And that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as Mother said, I've erred in my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
Objection!
I wouldn't take stock in those words, your benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you have made any errors at all. Huh? In the trials I've been a part of here in Khura'in, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insights they provided served as a vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances? So please, your benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
Objection!
Grayfa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill prepared to face your father's death? Go, leave this sacred hall at once. No. What did you say? I said no, mother! For I am the royal priestess of Khura'in. I have no need for you now. Even if you do not need me, mother. Hornhead and this hall of justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The division seance is my sacred duty. Must fulfill it no matter the risk. Your benevolence. This one is a good one. We'll see. Mother told me that the divination Seance was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts after Barb had these proof the insights is offered. Based and divination peeled. Based and divination peeled? And now I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Nana, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each seance with the presiding lawyer and prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Khura'in should function. That's right, 50-50, man. Fair and square. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials towards the truth. That is my sacred duty. And I will never shirk from it again. That right there, your benevolence, is the product of what you have learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength. As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through. Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something that you find inconvenient. Mother, I'm done letting you have your way. Rayfa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen? Though I am scared to see my father's... scared to see my father's death. I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today. Rayfa.
I am the royal priestess, Rayfa.
Oh, this is different.
And I am prepared to face my father's death.
I think watching this scene is really feels like yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Okay, yes. Pretty much, the mom, the queen, no. But the others, yes. Your Eminence. It seems the princess is more grown up than you had thought. Rayfa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination seance. The victim's final moments. This should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us. Alright, let's see then. Let's see.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Dance ritual! Oh. Show us the final moments. Alright. It will work this time. Right? That's right. Okay. Okay, the wine. That's the hall. I mean, in the chamber. The grape. Oh, yep. Incense. Okay. Footsteps. Footsteps. Man's voice. Man's voice. Probably Dirk. Maybe. Who knows? Who else? Man's voice still. Pain! Stab in the back. And footsteps again. Dinger's still there. Pain. Wait. And gun? Monkas? Explosion! Explosion laughter? Interesting laughter? Explosion laughter. Interesting. Okay. 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 What in the... A faceless being. What the heck? His face, it's just like... a picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing that anyone expected to see. Father. What was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Inca for planning a coup? The divine wrath of the Holy Mother? Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings. Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. What was it? What caught your attention? Laughter, intense pain. That laugh? Who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows though, that was supposed to be Dirk after he slew my husband. That figure didn't even have a mouth. Oh. I think we are done here, lawyer. How so? You claim that Minister Inca was stabbed in his private quarters and feeling no pain went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. I mean, you could say, the painkiller just stopped working. And that's, suddenly he felt pain again. This year's vision proves that he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain no less. I mean, that, you could just say, the freaking painkiller stopped working. The effect. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Everything's just backfired, big time. Wow, Karen has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Uh-oh. Listen well, heed these words. Okay, here we go. We just gotta find the inconsistencies after this. Stay inside. Any inconsistencies? At around 3 PM, my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. Yeah, he had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. No! It was footsteps first, right? I remember some kind of footsteps. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed and the attacker let out a laugh. What about the explosion? So what now, Mr. Wright? It's up to us to knock holes in Rafa's interpretations of Inca's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Okay, let me try. Good thing about this, you don't lose your HP. Where was it? Okay, Dirk's voice, right? And footsteps first, right? I think it was footsteps first. Incense. Footsteps. Footsteps, still footsteps, right? Nothing changed. Man's voice. Okay, here was. Let me try that footsteps first.
Objection!
Okay, that's what's wrong. Let's this. Okay. Okay, we does lose HP. I forgot. Okay, gotta be careful. But it was only a man's voice though, right? Sour. Grapes. Stringy grape shoes, yeah. That's what I can with the picture of the Holy Mother. Incense. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly heard Dirk's voice. But I didn't know it was well, okay, let me see. It's only a man's voice though, right? Right, let me just see. Man's voice, footsteps, man voice, again man's voice. Then boom, stab, right? Pain. Okay. Footsteps again. Okay, let me see.
Objection!
Okay, we got it. You realize there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency is where Mr. Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. It was a hostage switch thingy. When he heard my voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He just kept looking at the picture of the founder. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the founder's orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Did you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Link had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can interpret the male voice Minister Link heard with this. Oh, the cell phone. That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us towards the identity of the voice. Right, the phone.
Take that!
A cell phone? Right, I believe that voice that the voice minister heard was of a call on this cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your evidence's view on the matter? I can see the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision. Hew. Subordinate's voice. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Dirk and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, Barbted, don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. Okay, insight revise. My father then took a call from a subordinate at the palace. The voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. There might be other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Okay, other sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Let's take another look at the Rafa insights and really focus on the various sensations. Various sounds from the... Okay, let's see. Something in the back. Took a call from the spring at the palace. Wait. Oh shit, I can't go back to it. Oh man. Back to the chat logs. Was it, do I have to different sounds? Perhaps the attack letter have a laugh. I took the call from the subordinate. Subordinate's voice, yeah. Lions roar? Wait, before that, anything else? Dogs bark. Lions roar. Huh? Okay, there's only those two. Lions. Let me try. It's either lions or the dog. Dog is the probably shadow.
Objection!
I had to break it to you, your benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. Lion's voice? What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Let me rephrase that, your benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar can be heard from over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are the little birdies and my pet frog. Wait, that giant one in the front of the minister's house is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Kura Inn. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the... Ah! The birdie! Isn't that not the crafted warbot over in the bazaar? Oh. Your benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. Birdie, 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 birdie. Warbot's cry. What's this? Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbot. That means the subordinate Mr. Inca was talking to was in the bazaar and not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? I think I know who the call she took. He took. What significance could it have? She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? Yes, it's very important. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other hand was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. I know, but I remember. I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Picking dots, man. Dots. Could I go ahead and tell her? Tell her if that the real source of that sound. Will do. Your hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of the explosive sound? It was dots? But, Super Firecracker, yeah. What is that? It's Albi's Orchid statement. In it, he claims that Arbot threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then... Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Oh! Objection! Objection! And yet a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inca's gun. How do you explain that? Yeah, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? No, I have none. Wait a second, if that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. That's a laugh, right? Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albie with his dragon snatch snaps. That happy-go-lucky, that's Arbol. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. Freaking heck, man. That guy. I shadow out to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Hey there, HAPV. You can thank me later. No one asked you for your commentary, Mr. Arbal. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insights? It would appear so. Around my father then took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. The true source of that loud bang was the firecracker Dats threw. That's the that final laugh belonged to none other than Dats himself. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Raven's insights again. Okay. We have got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Okay. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. But wasn't he? Teen grape juice while grabbing the picture of the mother. My father then took a call from a superior at the bazaar. Footsteps, incense. Next moment, he was stabbed, the back and collapsed. Two shots of that laugh. That's himself. Footsteps, incense. Snar. Warbot's cry, dog spark. Pain. Footsteps again. Faceless guy. And boom. Explosion. Laughter. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. That's when he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. Pretty sure the sutures that we know this, there's no inconsistency with these one. These are like very true. They do belong to Dot himself. The true source of that bang, yeah, was firecracker. That's true. Yes, that's true. This is kind of very true too. The next moment he was stabbed in the back. Yeah, that is true. And then stab. Yeah, pain and collapse. True. That is true too. He was drinking grape juice. That is very true too. Then is this one then? At around 3 p.m. my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. How do I prove this is the wrong one? I have fucking like this is true. He's up to Matter Hall and then he took a call. Very true. Next moment he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. That is true too. There's no inconsistencies with that one. That is true and that is true. So it's gonna be the first one. But I don't see anything wrong with it. At around 3 p.m. my father was awaiting the tomb to make the hostage exchange. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to press that. The explosion happened at around 2 p.m., right? Yeah. So it cannot be 3 p.m. It should have been 2 p.m.
Objection!
I almost missed that. You benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is. You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m., which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insights conflict with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.? It's gonna be
Take that!
an Albie Orchid statement again. Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m. Shadow was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m. That's right. 2 p.m. not at 3 p.m. Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. That's laugh, the cry of the warbot, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Thanks to Albie's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of these sounds. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased final moments were at 2 rather than 3 as we had originally thought. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Oh, Kunka! How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Oh, those fake nails. Now you see why justice will always prevail. Peace, peace, I say now in defense. Must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. You're absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 PM, Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright. Which means this faceless figure could have possibly be him. So then what are we to make of this 1 hour difference? Wait, 2 o'clock. That's when my mother was performing the rite of channeling. The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me. The royal residence. It would have been virtually unguarded, which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused? That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty.
Objection.
Preposterous disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear at this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such a subterfuge would have been as clear as day. Let's get a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination science would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is, why? Apollo? Maybe the killer could afford to be so bold because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the Sean's vision. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga. Precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? What? Then are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. Man, that would suck like ass, man. It's not, you know, not seeing... seeing a person but no face? Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. The disorder was in another game I played, so I guess that was it. Oh, you guessed? Oh! Really? Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this card? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look the evidence over again. What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in the Sean's vision? Inga's button discovered. No. Inga's notepad, right? Yeah. It's gonna be the one.
Take that.
A notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we are looking for. As you can see, it's filled with the detailed notes on various individuals, what kind of clothes they wear, in hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. This is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. How? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. Could explain the faceless being. Why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he wouldn't fail to recognize even me. Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say, my late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia? So Mr. Wright was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorder in life do appear strange at times. There's a precedence for it. The killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage. Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination seance. And aware of Inca's affliction. Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs. And me. Surely you are not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Well, who knows? Oh no, Your Eminence. Still, could she have done it? Garan has an alibi, remember? Alright. She was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. In that case, Your Eminence, does Nena know about Minister Inca's disorder? Of course she does. She's our head servant. Well, as head servant, she knew about Minister Inca's condition, and as the princess's personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination seance. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would. You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like, when Inca was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible, for Rafa saw him at 2:30. Oh! We did completely forget about that? No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirks entered the tomb, there is no other answer to this puzzle. Why don't we ever get to make up answer like Garan makes up law? Dirk, what? I mean, Inca was killed at 2:59, alright? It wasn't 3 p.m., it was 2:59. Okay! Yes, it's back to square one. Technically, it's still not 3 p.m. It was 2:59. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short on one piece of the puzzle. Our deduction so far explains everything to a T. Everything except for Inca's sighting at 2:30. I see, and without that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inca's sighting is only an anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inca walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Apollo, did you just... I did! I figured it out! I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions are very wrong after all. Despite Minister Inca being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30. And I'll tell you how. I sincerely hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inca here benevolence saw was in fact someone disguised as him, someone channeling him? The queen was channeling at 2 p.m. though, right? Yeah, 2 p.m. around 2 p.m. The queen, maybe? It was the Daisy's being channeled. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channel, you say? That's right. And there are only 2 people capable of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time of which my husband was seen? Eminence. believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighboring realm. There would have been many attendants there too. Nahida has to keep up with her sales schedule too? What does it she make him do? Then that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power towards nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be. So the Iga scream. That was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inga probably leaped to his feet. I think he just had a nightmare. Then realizing it was almost time for the hostage to exchange, he raced off to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Damn. Then her benevolence really did see a dead man running. Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit crime, how can this be? The defense calls Miss Maya Fey to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow any witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Which, very well, let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. Adjourned. To be continued. Okay. Talk about some really close shaves. Well, you can't get a closer shave than Hitman's brand braids, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet, and I'm already exhausted. Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep up on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. That's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbed head, hornhead. Oh, hello, Your Benevolence. Princess Rafa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Rafa Padma Kurain.
Kurain.
And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Let me face my fear. Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground. And in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as the royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I know I should thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I should reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, Your Benevolence. Your character is more than enough. Thanks. But I thought you Americans like massages. My techniques was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. Hey, you lawyers, where's the accused? Huh, Dirk? That's a good question. Oh my god, he escaped? I blew it big time, AJ. Dot? Shut up, you! What's going on? The scoundrel is tried to escape with the accused. What? We were able to nab him, but the accused is nowhere to be found. Where are you hiding, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we booked it together. But I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lamp now? Probably, but who knows? He had vanished into a blink of an eye. Vanished? You wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late? What? Don't tell me he's gonna rescue her. He's come to rescue her? Well, that's what I am telling you. It's why I helped him escape in the first place. That! You realize what you have done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why did he choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't wanna die with any regrets or something. You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. Oh, don't be like that, AJ. He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara. You'll see. It's not the point, Dots. Listen, lawyer, you let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial is still on, even without the defendant? Those were Her Eminence's orders. You will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where this next testimony leads. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand. Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing. What do you think, Your Eminence? Should we proceed without the accused? Why not? My royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, for they would not dare to keep me waiting. Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings? Then I shall simply revise it. Yeah, hello. As ruling, O sovereign of Khura'in, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia. Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with proceeding. She's the lawyer itself. Will the witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach the stand? Show the summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Faye. It was my idea. And you are? Alright, I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with the loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right? Unreliable? Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again? Huh? Guess no one's filtering. Hi, Maya! Man, this music too? Well, she has been asleep this entire time. Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirk Satmari, and you're here as a witness. What? Dirk's been arrested? What? That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. What? Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims. Wait. What? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way this whole case makes any sense. Your understandable anchor at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe she's 28 though. She's 28 in this game, I think. I don't have any idea what's going on, but she has grown a lot. Grown a lot? I know I didn't channel Mr. Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though, I guess there are some things I'd go quietly along with. It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga. If your words prove to be true, defense, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying. Apollo, Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. I guess I better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first. Okay. You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Maya, Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things. Like what? Like, I'm really kind of craving burgers and I'll die if I miss an episode of the Plum Punisher. Acting like a brat and netting me a TV and even a few burgers from someplace. You're surprisingly nice to me. Huh? Are you sure we are talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that? Approving the execution was simply his preferred method of stress relief. With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear. I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup. In any case, my time in captivity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that had happened...
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him? Don't remember? I may be 28, but I'm not senile, you know. Something's not right here. Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time. Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Naina in the tomb? Dressed as Dirk? Huh? Is this some kind of a joke? I can't remember if I saw something as crazy as that. Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him? Does channeling someone take a long time? Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. That was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mudra with my hand to do it. Right. I guess she really didn't channel Inga then. My event mediums are done with a session. They can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right? Sure, unless they're still in training, amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. Full-fledged mediums can stay in a total control of a session. They can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want. So I think you can do that too, Miss Faye. Of course! It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, a spirit medium. That's strange, you seem like the same old childish Maya to me. Yeah, I'll show you, childish Nick.
Hold it!
So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly purposes? Of course not. Spirit channeling is my bread and butter, and I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo? Well, until finger pointing and objecting become a deadly, I don't see how they can be used. Wow, you are a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like me. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback. I think I'll save my many objections for after the trial. Yes, please. Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder.
Hold it!
Sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye. Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry, I didn't realize, Wait, we're in a court of law. Yeah, I know. Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job. So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say. You made a promise to Dirk? A pretty big one. Think this is about all you're going to get out of her? Yeah. Enough! The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been soundly exposed for what it is. You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspected me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you? Oh, evidence, huh? Do we? Gemstone? Discovering the ashes. Victim's blood. Oh yeah, she had the victims. What if she channeled Amara? Or Dirk himself? I don't, right? I don't know. Amara's still alive though. There's no point in even thinking about it, really. Oh, what if Dirk himself is already dead, right? Like he says he's already dying, right? But what if What if? I mean, the Queen Amara can spirit channel too, right? So what if she used... the Dirk we know is actually Amara herself? I don't know, I'm just kidding. I don't know anymore. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind. That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needed is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. Well, shit. I have no idea. What now? If she doesn't use any of the special items to do the channeling herself, you think there would be something to complete the deception? Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inca was channeled? I don't know. None at all? Nope, I still see how there could be your magistrate. I see you've still got a long way to go, Apollo. Excuse me, looks like there is. If it's very unique, he would have tried to bluff his way through that one. But I'm not Mr. Right. I'd like to retract my previous statement, and as to whether there's any proof that Minister Inca was channeled. You bet there is. Really? Well, now. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine. If you're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo. It's justice. Okay, we know that when Rafa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Rafa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means he was dressed in his usual suit when Rafa saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Faye channeled Justice Minister Inca? He was dressed in a usual suit when Rafa saw him. Good thinking this would be the perfect angle to attack from. What the hell? Because Gemsting's button, please go in the trash of the tomb's incense burner's cake in suit. I don't know. Is that a gemstone? It's part of Inca's jacket though. We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does the gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What was that doing in their tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it. But then as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone pattern from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Let me have a bathroom break first. Okay, I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inca alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Rafa, especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb. Where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh, she seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo.
Objection!
Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Kurain, right? That is correct in part, but there's more, much more. Inga Karkul, how could this now be? What the hell? Okay, yo, that is his true name. Shut the hell. This nam Biani Loga Ormo Pumpus Danit Ra is Kurain third. Could it be any longer? How could this name be any longer or more pompous than it already is? Due to its length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So Miss Faye, did you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely. Then a medium must know both the face and true name of the ones she seeks to channel. Ah. Oh. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga? That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? I didn't like thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo? I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems to be credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off of some wrong assumption again. Apollo? I was thinking... Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought of that far yet. Such shadows without merit. Let us move on, shall we? I don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right. We know Rayfa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. He was being channeled at the time. Who could have been? It had to have been someone who was in the Inca's private quarters. Well, I'm ready in defense, and you know how much I despise Vade. Yes, but there's someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Mr. Inga. There's just one more person, and they were in Inca's private quarters. The person is our only hope now. The defense believes there was another. Let's have you very serious answer then. Pleasure. Horn Devil, who could have channeled Minister Inga? The one who was in Inga's private quarters. Albi? Nana. Could she though?
Take that!
Nana? You said it yourself. That's right. They never did go into a room that day. Oh, she entered my husband. Nana. And then there's her benevolence statement. She said that Nana disappeared right after she entered Minister Inca's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inca himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting. It's the only thing that makes sense. Nana channeled Minister Inca and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why all the minister's prints were found outside of his residence? Oh, no way! That's gotta be it. Nana must have somehow channeled the minister. A lot of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Nena isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Nena to the stand. Well, Your Eminence. Very well then. Let us call Nena to testify. Yes, now we can finally crack this case wide open. Let's adjourn the while the witness is summoned. There's no need. Nena is in the waiting lobby. What? Nena's here? I thought she'd gone missing. Seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her concern for Rafa brought her here today. She took time off without Rafa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearing act than meets the eye, Apollo. Nena. Miss Nena, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects me I have committed a crime. So this is Nena. That's quite the hair though. Though I will say, I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this horn-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal... Nincompoop? Isn't that Rafa's favorite insult? I guess Nena rubbed off on her. What with all the time they spent together? You there, young hornhead? Yes? You are accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have. Young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks, just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony? This court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. Was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these very bones. Besides which a lovely sermon such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it wouldn't have to be that young lass Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodlines have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nena could channel spirits is a most unamusing jest. On the surface anyway, but our line of reasoning has led us to this end, that Nena channeled Inca spirit. Alright, the defense may now question the witness. Okay. She's passing? Liar. She's still alive though. She's still alive and well.
Objection!
Okay, so I presented it that makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, I'm sorry. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nena's testimony. Go on. She said that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Khura'in only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in that statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, Your Majesty. Nena stated an absolute falsehood. Since we know that Amar is still alive, at the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nena channeling Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 PM. That would mean that Nena channeled Inga. Even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Wait, Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think it give us the break we need. Wait a sec. Are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim that Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Khura'in. Horn devil, you mustn't! Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, evidence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in the photograph? The person in this photo is the previous Queen Amara Sikatar Khura'in. Contrary to a popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she's very much alive. What? But that's nonsense. Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. Queen Amara is still alive? Has the lawyer gone mad? Well, I personally find it hard to believe. I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense. Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet, according to Dirk, she is actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us? Among us! Here in this very courtroom today? But how? Sus! There's an imposter! Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. The red pepper is killed in vivid plausible lies. It is the cunning lawyerly at Ardno's bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, prosecutor. Cause you'll be quacking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn now, Huta, to make you up to the truth be right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as... that's Arba! As Mollis Edgeworth! My guess is there's no way, right? As Nana? But she's an oldie. But the age is questioned though. Question mark age. It's actually Rafa Padma Khura'in. No way, right? But that's... This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we have covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga. Someone with intimate knowledge of the divination seance. The medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death. Condense these traits into one person, you get a spirit medium of our royal blood. That person is none other than you, Nana. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we have been looking for all along. What?
Objection.
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? What you say is beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations. Indeed, and absolutely ridiculous to boot. Eminence Queen Amara yet lives, and it's actually Miss Nada here. You have truly gone off the deep end. You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence! If Kunamara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth, Nana, the woman who stands here before us. Is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago. Paul Kunka! Nani? God damn! Paul Kunka!
Nani?
Finally. The thing, you know, the servant, head servant, mate, or whatever. We have finally got Inga's real killer, understand? Was Amara? Maybe? Nana, no. Amara Sikatar Kurain! Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me, I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young hornhead. Huh? Spin for the win! Transform Henshin! Dun dun dun! Whoa! I was getting tired of masquerading as an old woman anyway. It has been far too long since I have last greeted you, good people of Crane. Hey, she has the same mark! Same face mark! Or not? Or yes? No? I can't quite tell? No, probably not. Or maybe. It's same. So dark picture though. So maybe you can, you know, maybe. It is I, Amara Sigatar Kurain, your former queen. Queen Amara. What? Oh, tus. When you think about it, you know, Nahuta, Nana, they can have some resemblance to the name, right? Nahuta, Nana, Nahuta, in a way. And I thought Garan makeover was extreme. Can it really be true you are alive and well? It is true, I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Amara, I'm sorry I was unable to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Garan. I am safe now. For Dirk, that blackguard who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. Huh? I need not conceal my identity any longer. Kunamara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago? I better escape that place with my life. But though I survived, I knew that Scoundrum would make a further attempts on my life. Therefore, I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister Garan. But the building of that great tomb, when disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing? Garan, I would have you explain. I wished for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. It was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant? Just got that right? When Dirk thought Amara was being held captive in some far-off place, never even guessed she was living as a servant right in plain sight. I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. Its quiet, humble existence far removed from the tedium of regular duties. But those days of peace have ended. And it's all because of you, Hornhead. You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with. You know, Really though? Maybe. What if she's fake? She's an imposter. If there's something you wish to say, then say it. Just let Maya, Faye, Spirit Channel, and see if really Amaru is still really dead or really alive. That way we can find out. She's imposter. It doesn't matter who you are, but you want to escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as a Justice Minister Inca's real killer. What's this? You would accuse Kunamara of homicide? A Grand Priestess of Kurainism? You can't do that. She's literally a goddess in the eyes of her people. If you commit the crime, you better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. Egalitarian? Queen Amara. New Year's disguised as Nena, you would have learned about Minister Inca's disorder. So you knew you could distress. You could dress in Dirk's clothes to forge a convincing Sion's vision. Is that right? Oh, what a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer? Me? The one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of Holy Mother herself? You may be a grand figure in Chronism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me. It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murderous foul? Please, Kunamara, forgive his impudence. The lawyer knows not what he speaks. We are not good magistrates, but this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, and on this stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face his accusations with a grace and a benevolence. Your compassion overflow with your mercifulness. Oh, young lawyer. In my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw. Huh? There's a flaw? Nahita. Yes, your mercifulness. Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Dirk, Satmari, Maya Faye, and the victim, Minister Inca. I see, that is a fatal flaw indeed. The pious Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to a tomb as Minister Inca. What? Why not? Not keep the defense waiting, Nahita. Explain how wrong he truly is. Yes, your mercifulness. Her benevolence, Princess Raifa saw Minister Inca enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you defense claimed the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to a tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have re-emerged and been left stuck in the tomb. Oh yeah? And she tried to exit before you all arrived. That's easy, she was in the tomb! The coffin, man! You know, right? The whatever, what was it? The coffin? Princess Raifa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, who would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. She was in the freaking tomb, man! Come on! In conclusion, Kunamara could not have been left the tomb without being observed. Yet, Sapphascus, or whatever that was, and yet was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered? Defense. No, she wasn't. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling like in a flute. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Satmari, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of the sacred hall to your authority once more. Why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony if you please. Now I shall destroy your other absurd and barbarous theory. Was that anywhere near the tomb following the murder? Were your theory correct? I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband's Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Satmadi for his crimes. Oh, such a marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, your mercifulness. This too is by the grace of her holiness. Know that my unmasking here today was her will as well. Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say? Yes, surely her holiness has guided me to this witness stand. And the purity of truth. Oh, how magnificent, Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. Praise be for Queen Amara, blessing upon her mercifulness. Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. Alright.
Hold it!
My theory is utterly absurd and barbarous, and high-handed if I may say so. Nahyuta was right to call you pictured-minded. Sure, even the monkeys of the Mount Pony's holy waterfalls could devise a better theory. Surely you can still bear insults than Nahyuta's best. Now then, to all of you gathered in the sacred hall, need I remind you?
Hold it!
Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. Yeah! Exactly! After all, it does technically belong to you, but you have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today, but the tomb had been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope, my continued corporeality. You completely lost me? In other words, it's empty. But no one had dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus.
Hold it!
I admit you weren't in the tomb after that murder. Very good, but that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Wait, couldn't she just, you know, spirit channel again though, right? If she, you know, to become someone else? Precisely as you said yourself, defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at the time were Dirk Satmadi and Maya Fey. Hydrate? I mean, in this life or the next. If she, you know, if she stopped being Inga, she could easily, you know, spirit channel again into somebody else. There's no escaping such a simple truth. I just have a theory. Dirk, my man, is already dead. And she spirit channeled Dirk. Right? Maybe that's why Dirk is missing.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make this escape today. Like, have I ever seen Dirk and Naina together at the same time? No, we have not. A reason? Oh, perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. What's this?
Objection!
No, it's definitely not like that, you mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, right? Do you? I think I'm right. Right? Meredith the channel a lot. No way. There's after the two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. Imagine, that's only because he had the audacity to explain it. It wasn't me. You must believe me. I'm pretty sure I'm correct. Dirk is dead. She channeled into Inga. She went into a tomb. This channeled again into Dirk. She went near to him, was it not? Communication after this agreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me. That is why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly tried to murder me. That's good enough. It's apparently clear that the Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Oh, do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. How did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... For normal people? Oh, maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty, I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder. Here we go. Very well, the facts do explain. I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. By using this special method, it would be possible for her to literally disappear. Well, don't keep us waiting. Let's hear it. How did the Queen Amara disappear from the tomb? Ah, I'm correct, see? She channeled someone. I'm on the right path. All she had to do was channel someone. Then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else. Why I believe that actually makes sense. Now, what do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder? Okay. What the heck? What the? Mercy, your mercifulness! How dare you spew such a vile blasphemy defense? You will retract your last statement or to face immediate execution. No, good magistrate, it is quite alright. Quranism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reason and principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to his blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed, now are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. I read there was only one murder victim in the tomb. That was Minister Inga, the only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. But there beside the dead minister, a living, breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling. That's true, but I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet? How absurd. If you channeled someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. I'm on the right path. I think another victim? Queen Amara. Please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? Hey, Maya, are you dead? And yeah, my license, I'm not going to like that. No, that's not Maya's dead, right? But I'm about to find out. There's no other spirit channel until he was dead. How do I present that, Dirk is dead, though? How do I prove it? What if there was another victim besides Minister Inca? What on earth could you mean? The only body found in the tomb was the ministers? Yeah, but, Amara's counter-arguments are too spot-on for us to refute. Actually, there is one possibility. What's the matter, Apollo? That's one heck of a phrase you're making. Oh no, it's nothing really, and yet that means... They already pressed this? A reason? Ah, perhaps. Yeah, I already pressed it. I don't remember them.
Objection!
After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim if it wasn't me, you must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband. To put on her ear to him, was it not? Communication after this agreement is the secret to a long and happy marriage. Surely, I guess. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. White? Don't ask me. That's why I listened to Dirk. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. Mighty holy. Somebody's going to judge him. Pretty sure I already pressed this, right? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna prove my evidence. Alright. I think it's the... How do I prove it he was dead, Dirk, Mysterious blood.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... Imagine if they actually killed Maya Fey. Imagine... Imagine if they actually killed Maya Fey. That would be... No, it can't be. Would the defense care to share something with us? It's not like this, Queen Amara. You knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? Do you want that escort? Then I will. Well, don't keep us waiting. This case includes a second victim. One of the two people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. For a second victim, Apollo. Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inca moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling into the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid pepper, of all the half-witted buffoonery you to come tumbling from your lips. Suppose I indulge you and play along with your life, with your little delusion? Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim? Your goddamn father, you son! You son? You stupid! Our father! There's no way this can be true. But... No, I can't stop now. This is the truth. It's the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channeled was... Choosy Right! Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I'd have long to live. There's no escaping death now that has its sights set on me. He already knew. Dirk knew everything. But he couldn't bring himself to tell me. I have one more big secret. I'd be betraying certain someone if I did. Oh man. He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, The other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
Take that? What? You can't take that? That's not possible. The defendant, Dirk Satmari, is the one Kunamara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity. Paul Kunka! Apollo, what are you... Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the facts and evidence speak for themselves. And this is where they have led me. I see after Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb. If one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara, it can't be, can it? Dirk's blood stain at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had also been murdered.
Objection!
Double murder by his wife? What the fuck? Did Amara murder them both? That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth. And you wouldn't not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Alright thing, you know, Inga shot him, boom, and it hit him, and then the wife, you know, I don't fucking know anymore. Nahuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it. Yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. Do you truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb. Go check the tomb? But why? Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here. No. You would suggest Kunamara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that had no one would dare to look. Plus, a killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body? Well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means... I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence! Being that Kunamara yet lives, I trust we may now open it. If we must. Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. I mean, would it be easy to, just, spirit channel Dirk himself? Now then, Detective Sky, your report if you please. I'll start with my findings. Please, please. Please let me be wrong about this. I just wanted things to be as they were. Dirk. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body? Detective Sky? Tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body, and I have positively identified it as... Oh. Dirk Satmari. Hey, the other piece of butterfly. He's got the blue one. Dirk! No! No! Why? Why did this have to happen? Oh, sad. Dirk! Damn it, Dirk! Answer me! How can this be? This is one of the best plot twists in the series, in your opinion? It sure is! One of the biggest plot twists, man! The traitorous Snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered? Oh, what a joyous day. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawled out from under. Man. I think he was dead. Who? What was I even fighting for? Apollo. What am I supposed to do now? Apollo! How does that saying go again? The dragons never yields, right? Whatever it goes again? Apollo, something about the dragon. A dragon never yields! Apollo! Son. A lawyer. But yeah, these final cases have really been putting Apollo through it. I hope Athena gets to be the lead in the final case of AA7 whenever that happens. Yeah, this is like a passing torch, you know, from the first games. It was Mia Fey, you know, passing torch to Phoenix, and then Phoenix passing his torch to Apollo. Like pretty much the whole AA4 to 7, I mean 6. It felt like that, you know, from Phoenix passing his torch to Apollo. Should never look the way you do this. Lois should never look the way you do right now. And for sure, Athena had a small... Like, they have a big part out of all the series, I think, so far. Except the Black Quill case thingy with Athena and her mom. Her past, I guess. Well, other than that, this felt like an Apollo series to be more right. To be more serious. Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till its dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches on its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. At least put some voice acting there, you know. They should put a voice. But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're a dragon? Apollo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all. You believed in me that much, Dirk. He saved us. He was always there. Dirk, I think I finally understand. I can't yield. Not now, not ever. Not after not after Dirk believed in me, despite knowing what was to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo? Sorry about that, Mr. Right. But I'm fine now. Apollo? Get the sky! Yes? How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days? I'm positive. No autopsy been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, in the chest area bore 3 gunshots. Gunshot wounds from the small caliber weapon. Believe they are the cause of death. More than 3 days have passed since his death. He was shot 3 times in the chest. At least 3 days, huh? Didn't say. That means Dirk was already dead by the time he went come to visit me back in the States. Then who was channeling him? I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. Yet also had a solid cover storage so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. Ah! I believe... I believe... Oh, wait. I think I know who it is. Maya. She made a promise to Dirk, didn't she?
Take that.
Maya? Oh, Phoenix? It was Pearl! Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right, and do you remember what she said earlier? She made a promise. Yeah. A pretty big one too. Big one! Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out. And that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he? I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yes, I promised not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died. So I was right then. Apollo. There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments. I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments? It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in that tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder. Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here. Uh-oh. Huh, it's that revolutionary guy. I'm here to rescue you. You are? Why? I figured things were a little too quiet with that stamp-sucking scumbag, so I started digging around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted. But why would a rebel help me? Let's go before it's too late. It already is for you, pal. Oh! Long time no see, you rebel. You had a little blowhard? Inga, I know you're up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Oh! No! You goddamn bastard! That's kinda smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be a pushing up bad daisies. Oh my god, Dirk! Oh, that's why Amara killed him, you know, for revenge, obviously. Hey, did you really think a pea shooter like that? Oh, could kill a dragon? What the? Congress hockey? How should no hockey? What are you? Some kind of freak? No, it's this! Bruh, you got bruh, you coward! Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. These ropes. What a total badass. What a... Yeah. He's a dragon, alright. A true dragon warrior. Warrior? He has the dragon will. These ropes. I've gotta help you. Man, 3 shots. It's still... Relax, it's going to be okay. Sorry things turn out this way. But it doesn't look like I have much longer. No, don't say that. You're a spirit medium, aren't you? When I'm gone, I want you to channel my spirit. Stop it! Don't give up like that! If you do, untying a rope like that will be child's play. No! Please, hang in there! You can still make it! Promise me. Promise me. One thing, young lady. It's about my son. Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. Oh, no! This just hits my feeling, man. So he asked me to return to the US and channel spirit. Oh, damn. Yeah, but at that moment. Dark, this goddamn. It hits the feelings for sure. He really said that? He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that was his last chance. Dirk! What gives? Oh man, it was his you know. Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hit Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. It's very sad. I know, Miss Faye, and I won't disappoint him. Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case? Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now. Very well. Your explanation, please. Dirk entered the tomb at 3 p.m. the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as a channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 p.m., Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 p.m. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb, waiting to channel Dirk in the place of Miss Faye. It's gonna be Amara. It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 p.m. She then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange. But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hit herself. Then, when Dirk ended at 3 p.m., she snuck up from behind and forcibly drove Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. I really don't remember this, unless this part of the chapter is insanely... It is very good! It is very good, Dark 4. So many plot twists. Drove his spirit out of her body? Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there's a way to do that. With a Makatama powering, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Makatama in the tomb was? That's what there was another. That it was. That's right, Prosecutor Satmari, and you have seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Makatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned out pale brown afterwards. I actually didn't remember this at all. That a red, that, you know, it turned into a brown. I don't... In other words, the brown Makatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. Was exhausted after channeling him for so long after all. Yeah, 3 days, right? No, probably, yeah, maybe. Just a couple of days. She went to the US, and they came back to, no, probably 1 day. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. Not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed into Dirk's clothes and smeared blood onto them. Picked up the knife and channeled Dirk's spirit. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. That's how she escaped, right under our noses! Gah. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all this was unfolding? So ultimately, it was all for naught. Nahyuta. Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nahyuta, how can you... Dush! Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from its shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Nahyuta, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can be charged with abetting the accused. So the revolution is far from over. It's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inca while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 PM, you have yet to substantially prove it. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inca's death was at 2 PM? Well, no, I don't, but... Seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Satmari, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Satmari to be the foul murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nahyuta doing this? Garan shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nahyuta, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara. Please proceed with your additional testimony. Okay. Well done, lawyer. You have tainted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now let's end this charade. For the eternal glory of Khura'in and its people. Do you understand now, you Puchu Pepper? There's no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain. Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today. Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now. Defense may proceed with his testimony cross-examination. You have no proof, huh? You're saying me no evidence from your distasteful theory. I admit I don't have any solid evidence yet, but you're the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean? Including Miss Fate, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Khura'in. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Karan was with me and Mr. Wright while Miss Faye Hartrate was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been channeled by you, Queen Amara. Insolent lawyer! Really, Your Majesty? But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Khura'in?
Objection!
Oh, come on. What are the chances? You lacked the evidence to support your claim that Kunamara is the killer, which is why you have had to use the process of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to no reason that you would have to rule out all the other possibilities as well. Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense? Of course I can. Under the circumstances of Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt. We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb. Which one can I actually prove? I can prove she was in the tomb. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred. It seems you are ever bent on painting me as the killer. Well, if the shoe fits. Very well, let us see some evidence that proves that I was at the scene of the crime. You have some, do you not? I do. And I know it exactly. Where is it? Pink one. Does this blender look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in a tomb and it has the minister's blood on it. Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection.
And? I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. Did that not belong to the accused? That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said it did himself. He said that? Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering? How? For who? There's a second piece of evidence that shows the pendant is in Dirk's. You have the blue one, man. That's a photo of the accused's body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb was in Dirk's.
Take that!
Take that! You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue. Oh, now that you mention it. Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own 2 of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair? If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection.
Sorry to disappoint, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of... Hey, there's a fingerprint! What the hell are you saying?
Objection.
There is a fingerprint, literally. But that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Satmari. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again? Now this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara. Belongs to you, doesn't it? Oh. Seems I have truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nahita, think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know? He was protecting you. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath. And beyond. Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara? Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, Oh! Now she opened her eyes, finally! This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime? There we go. I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sikatar Kurain, who slew Minister Inga. That's preposterous! What? Why? This is beyond belief. Mother, why would you... Forgive me, Nahita. I never wished to cause you such sorrow, but I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way? So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Satmari. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime. So why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it could have come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred towards him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it. That Dirk tried to assassinate her? Come on! It wasn't Dirk, we know that. I mean, we can't prove it yet. I don't know how to prove it though, but... Mastery, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk's innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved who now dwells in the Twilight Realm. Very well, then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Satmari, if you have no further objections... This cannot be my mother. I have no objections. Dirk, I did it! I finally did it! I prove you innocent! Hype today! But... Very well, then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of the Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Satmari. Hold it! Apollo? Or who? Oh, Rafa? Rafa? Your benevolence? Monka's not over yet? I cannot accept this. Is something the matter, your benevolence? Kunamara is lying. It makes no sense. Kunamara would not have killed my father. Hey, Misty! What's with her all of a sudden? Is this some sort of a lingering affection towards Mina? Rafa? Speak the truth, Kunamara. Did you really kill my father? How are you doing, Misty? Yes, there's no mistake. She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings. Barbed head, thrown head. Are you going to let this stand? Pat, thanks for asking. Pat, thanks. No, you're welcome. Derek's been proven innocent and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. What's new, right? Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. It's not over yet, huh? But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought out to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Let it end here. GG, game over. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth. And the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hornhead. Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come to light? The murder method, the motive, Amara's married life, obviously. The motive? I'm Queen Amara. There's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inca? That is a fair question and one that I shall now answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inca Karkul Kurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity. Further tragedy? Over the past several years, Minister Inca had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established the secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat. You mean his plot involving the Founder's Orb, which led to Maya-Faye's abduction? Yes, Minister Inca planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power, after which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of the terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, Amara vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inca had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 PM during the rite of channeling, I slipped into a tomb and slew the minister. And she's lying. My bracelet? Apollo? Yep. Seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you are still hiding something. But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek, then let's start with that last statement you made. Time to perceive! If I must. Okay! Eyes not moving, mouth. Hand. Elbow. Anything? Is this the middle one moving at all? Nothing at all. Bracelet, no. No. Head bow, no, nothing. Ears, nothing. Listen again. I see nothing. Why are you studying this person? Because she's beautiful. Hello. Oh!
Gotcha!
She's a beautiful lady. Eyes of the booba. Pearl of booba. I adore boobas. Queen Amara. You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock right of channel, are you? Booba! I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh. And that pose you make, is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? See? Booba! Booba! Her boobas! Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m. and I'm pretty positive Amara was in that tomb at that time. So then why is she so self-conscious about her chest when she talks about the ride? The ride of the channeling? Did not all be snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the ride of channeling. Specifically taken by the certain individual.
Objection!
So my theory was correct. So that is Amara in the picture. Such insolence, I will have the perpetrator name at once. Not the queen herself. Maybe? Sorry, now can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so... Do you take me for a fool? How about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... There's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. I just wish there was some more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. We might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustment. Just Emma if she can help. Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice. Here you are. I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. Aha! I still can tell. Okay, yeah, that's not her, man. She has a black mane. Which one is it? They all have the same, you know, the painting under the cheeks. Is this a speedrun? Speedrun? Yes, speedrun. Sub 1 hour. Lyncher, no way, I think it's a burn scar. Burn scar? Somebody show the burn scar, baby! Wait a second. Burn scar! Oh, wait a second. Amar was in a fire building, remember? Your mans. You don't have a burn scar. Booba on that on your chest. Woohoo! You don't have a scar? Now then. Amara, show your chest. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Karan, then who is it? Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Karan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same, and you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. So Garan is the killer! Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Okay. Look! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo. I don't understand. I knew it. So the person in this photo really is. Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd. Are you suggesting they switch places? Amara's confession earlier was also false. Mother! What is the meaning of this? Don't you see? This changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 p.m. The exact time the murder took place, but that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly, she now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer could have been Queen Amara. Garan! I'm afraid I no longer follow defense. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime? Yes, that fact has that changed? We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. He's really killing someone else! Paul Kunga! What's going on here? Was her mercifulness coming for someone? If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places and for what reason? The answer to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi. I will obliterate a certain someone else's alibi!
Take that!
Garan! Why, is this some kind of joke? No, your majesty, I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence, Garan Sikatar Kurel. I mean, come on, she looks evil as fuck. She looks villain. She's a villain. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you retrieving Dirk's spirit from the misfaced body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 PM while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness! It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now. Mother. Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... What? Oh my god! Hello! What the fuck? She got shot! Mother! No! It's a royal guard! I really did it! Your Eminence! My life is yours! Isn't he one of Garan's royal guards? What character are you? Garan! Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest that guardsman! Mother! What the fuck is going on? Well, the royal guard is a very shrimp for this bitch. You know, he is very shrimp. Garan could she? Goddamn bitch! Someone call for an ambulance quickly now! You are literally in the middle of a court. Well, this court is in a Kurain place, alright? Kurain, okay, and they have a certain law of system and everything else. They control everything. The queen controls everything. We're not in the US. We're lucky the ambulance made it in time, but we have been forced into a recess for now while things get straightened out. It's not even the first time someone was shot at the witness stand. Wait, who else got shot at before? In previous games? I don't remember. I can't believe what just happened. Tell me about it. The Phantom, remember? Oh, the The Phantom, yeah! This game is holiday. The Phantom! Tell me about it. Do you think I can put that guard up to it? Yes! Yes! If she did that, she's gonna regret it. No one gets away with something like that on my watch. Poor Queen Amara. Your benevolence, any news on her condition? Phantom, who we don't know his true face. Sleep is food, right? Yeah. Sleep is food. She's undergoing surgery at the hospital as we speak. They are giving her a 50-50 chance of survival though. That Garan just as will be served. Why? Why did this happen? Oh, just as we were finally reunited. Oh, Queen Amara. Rafa, your mom is a bitch! And what was that about being reunited? Unless... Wait, don't tell me! Don't tell me that she's actually Amara's child. Right? What? No way, right? Right. Who can say? How are you, Hornhead? Dirk Satmari was your father-in-law, but blood after all. Thank you for your concern, for your benevolence. But I'm fine. Right now we still have a trial to see through. So that's what I'm going to say. Stay focused on. Hornhead. You are sturdy and your stature lets on. Just don't overdo it. Okay, Apollo? That... Dirk, that was a real shocker, alright. Can't believe the dragon's dead. That... Say AJ, I was wondering. When Dirk disappeared after I freed him, that's because Amara turned back into herself, right? Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't know if it was because Dirk's spirit willed it, or it was a part of Garanen or Amara's plan. Man, our dream of revolution. Now what we're gonna do? Is this it? Don't give up yet. There is a very good chance that Garan is the real culprit in all this. And if we can prove her guilt in court, hey, you're right. That could be just the push we need. The dream lives on. Yes, it does. You know what that means, AJ? The fate of the revolution rests squarely on your shoulders. Already in a day's work. Ah, am I kidding? It's a ton of pressure. This is what Dirk gave his life for, so I have to do this for him. The Honorable Ripple Dirk Satmari. I would have loved to have spoken with him while he yet lived. Really? Why not? I mean... It's probably, you know, he's the daddy. I mean, he seemed like quite an interesting man. She bumped her head or something earlier. The trial is about to resume. The defense is to report on to the courtroom at once. Alrighty, after what just happened, the first thing Garan will do is respond to that last accusation, so you better stay on your toes, Apollo. I will, Mr. White. Ready or not, Garan, here comes justice! Justice! Punch! Now that let's resume today's proceedings. This bitch, huh? Where's Nahuta? Where's Nahuta? I must offer my apologies. I never imagined that the Royal Guardsman would do such a thing. Cap? What? He wasn't acting under your orders. I dare cast such a suspicion upon her eminence. It is quite alright, your majesty. Suspicion is only natural under such circumstances. But rest assured that he acted alone, for I have knew nothing of his plans. I don't believe that for a second. Now to your majesty, regarding the murder of my husband, Minister Inga, I would like to offer a new possibility. A new possibility, you say? Indeed, for during the break, the real killer confessed to me. What? Bailiff, call the witness to the stand. The real killer confessed? What, she's got up her sleeve this time? Sleeve this time? I have a really bad feeling about this. Okay. Come on now. He's the one who confessed? Come on now, it's not him. Professor Satmari, you're the real killer? I questioned him during the races, and as I felt that Amara had been recovering for someone. So it's that he finally confessed his crime to me. Nahuta, you didn't really do it, did you? Her Eminence speaks the truth. It was I who killed Justice Minister Inga. Nahyuta! Peace! Prosecutor Satmari, are you absolutely certain about this? A confession of this nature is grave indeed. Yes, I am certain, for I killed him by my own hand. At last, the real killer has been revealed. How are we supposed to respond to this? Nahyuta, retract your confession now! Mr. Justice, it's not yet time for your cross-examination. Who cares about that? Admit it, it was Queen Garan who put you up to this. She forced you into giving a confession, didn't she? You're out of line, Mr. Justice. Learn some self-restraint. But do you have something that might prove that I did not commit this murder? That is the thing you're doing, you idiot. Truly, the truth can set us free. Looks like Garan got to him somehow. I really didn't see this coming. Nahyuta, why are you doing this? I would thought you sacrificed even your life to do Garan's bidding. What if? You know, if Rayfa is actually the child of, Amara, then what if Nahyuta is the real child of, Garan? That's why he's listening to her because she's her real mom. Is his real mom? Whatever the case may be, Prosecutor Satmari, your testimony, please. Oh my god, this is a fucking mess. If that's true, then that means Rayfa lost two fathers at once, and that would be pretty sad. Oh. I couldn't remain silent while Her Eminence still under suspicion for this crime. It was I who murdered Justice Minister Inga. He had to die for the future of Khura'in. I consider it divine judgment cast upon a fiend who sought to assassinate our monarch. My mother was simply covering for me. I am ashamed I let her go so far for my sake. You do understand what you're doing, right, Nahyuta? You're sentencing yourself to death if you're found guilty. If that is the court's verdict, then so be it. I must obey the law above all else. The law, Nahyuta, or the queen.
Objection!
Enough! This blather has nothing to do with the witness's testimony. Please address any issues you may have during the cross-examination defense. Oh, I will. I'm going to blow his problematic testimony to smithereens. Okay, let me see again.
Hold it!
So you killed Minister Inga and Queen Amara staged the crime. Is that how it went? Precisely. Amara is as clever as she is kind. She sought to conceal my crime by taking all of the guilt upon herself. Yet another lie? Need to poke a hole in his testimony, but how? Nahyuta, could it be you didn't know Naina's real... You know Naina's real identity? Told Amara what to do? You didn't realize that Naina was actually Queen Amara, your own mother. That is not as strange as you might think. Much time had passed since we last met after all. Right, 23 years ago was it? When Dirk saved her after the supposed assassination attempt. Now, Mr. Justice, it was 15 years ago that Dirk abducted my mother. Huh? That's weird. Are you sure about that? I remember it clearly. I was around 10 years old at the time. Nahyuta, please add that last statement to your testimony. was reunited with my mother, Queen Amara, when 15 years ago, when Dirk abducted her. 23 years ago, 15 years ago?
Objection!
You're saying that Dirk made off with Queen Amara 15 years ago? But that's strange, because I heard something very different from Dirk. He said that they ran off together 23 years ago. That is impossible. I know for a fact it was 15 years ago. Well, I have evidence that contradicts your statement. How do you explain this photo? Dirk said it was taken 23 years ago. He said that. He did, but if we take what he said as fact, then there's something in this photo that doesn't make any sense. The baby. Isn't making any sense to me, so I suppose I should ask. What does that make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old? The baby, obviously!
Take that!
Now, who thought this discrepancy may not be directly related to this case, but I don't think we can simply overlook it either. Dirk said the baby in the photo was you, but that doesn't make any sense if the photo is only 15 years old. After all, you said you were around 10 then, right? He's definitely spreading bullets over there, over something. Polo, if this baby's in Nahita... Wait, you don't think... Did Queen Amara have another child while she was on the run? What? And just what if that child were being held hostage? Nahyuta, is that why you obey Queen Agaran's every command? To protect your sister, right? You presume too much. And that's why Queen Amara was trying to take the trap as well. To protect this other child. Man, what a evil queen, man. Queen Garan, a child born 15 years ago. They would have to be someone who's around 14 or 15 years old now. This is just a guess. But I believe I know someone who fits the bill. This also explains this strange behavior. Reifa Padma Kurain! All those strange statements she kept making. Now they all make sense. Prosecutor Satmani, may I ask you something? And about me? That's right. Now I see, Nahyuta, why you do what you were told. The other child born to Dirk and Queen Amara was... Mr. Justice, I believe I know what you are about to say. But I cannot allow you to name an innocent soul as the child of terrible sinners. I thought you might try to stop me. After all, simply revealing this information endangers who you've been trying to protect. I think this should make it clear with what I'm talking about. This is Shinryu armor, the reason why you fear for your sibling's reputation. Huh?
For real?
For real? What? This is Shinryu armor, the reason why you fear for your sibling's reputation? Sleeping pill. Oh! The arson thingy. As the son of the terrorist Dirk Nahyuta was expelled from the royal family, the idea that sins of the fathers are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Kurenis people.
Take that!
And that is a file full of information that Dirk collected on what happened then 23 years ago. Of particular note right now is what's written here. Since your father are visited upon his children, this deeply held idea is why you were expelled from the royal family. Which means it wouldn't bode well for your sibling either. If she were revealed to be Dirk's daughter. You became a prosecutor to bring down Queen Karan. At some point you came to serve the very regime you despise. And that was because the queen found this chink in your armor. That's how she came to use your sister against you. Nahyuta, have you been keeping this secret all this time? Have you been trying to protect me? You are innocent party to all this. I live only to safeguard the law and serve the country and queen from which it flows. One such as you, who is destined to ascend to the throne, need not fret over one such as I. No, I cannot accept that. What you say is, it's malarkey. Don't you even care of what happens to you? Before country, queen, law, and everyone's future, my personal feelings are of no consequence. That is why I resign myself to my fate. I know I must accept the status quo without any thoughts of the change. Spoken like a true prosecutor and a patriot, I shall continue to rule Khura'in until the day Rafa succeeds me. For that is what is best for our kingdom. I know, Your Eminence. Yours is no small sacrifice, but I promise you this, in exchange for your life, the child shall remain safe and the kingdom shall prosper. That is all I can ask for with my meager existence. Nahyuta, is this really new you? Resigning yourself to the will of another and killing any hope you held for the future? No! The Nahyuta I knew would never let himself be trained in this. Now, Your Majesty, if you would hand down your verdict.
Objection!
Objection. You can say you're simply accepting your fate, Nahyuta, but I know that deep down, there's still hope in your heart. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve me. It's the kind of hope that preserves through the most desperate of times. And it's what binds you, me, and Dirk together as a family. I know because this has demonstrated to me that you haven't lost all hope yet. Again? It's either this or the Dragon never yields. Nahyuta never confiscated it.
Take that!
When you interrogated Dirk, you confiscated all of his possession as potential evidence, all except this. So tell me, Nahyuta, why didn't you take his badge? You couldn't bear to take it from him, could you? And I know why. It's because this badge means something special to us. Hey, Dirk? A dragon never yields. You may say you have given up, but that's not how it really is it? You never gave up, and you never will because you still believe that all of the wrongs will be righted someday. Don't you? You are very perceptive, Mr. Justice. It may very well be as you say. Why did I not confiscate this badge? Even I did not know. Until now. Perhaps I was waiting for him to save me. Save you? Yes, save me. Like he did on that day. Someday, he would come and free our family from the chains of the past. Perhaps deep down, that is what I believed. I believed in Dirk, our father. Nahita. Nahita, I knew you. However, it was but a dream. And now that dream has died. Murdered along with Dirk. So now as the eldest, the responsibility falls squarely onto me. No matter the cost, I must protect her. Please try to understand, Apollo. Understand why I shall bear all this sin. It is the only way. But
Such insolence!
you have wasted more than enough of my time, lawyer. Do you not see the futility of your desperate philandering, the immutability of this duty? It is time to accept defeat. Now watch as the hammer of justice comes down upon your dear brother. You must street the verdict if you will. Yes, Your Eminence.
Objection!
Wait a second, what do I do? Does the defense wish to raise an objection? There's gotta be some way to save Nahita. Apollo? It all goes back to that incident 23 years ago. It's branded him the son of a criminal, so we could once and for all prove that Dirk didn't really try to assassinate Amara. Right, Nahita and Rafa's father would no longer be viewed as a criminal. But I thought there wasn't any evidence left, because it was all destroyed in the fire, and Dirk investigated the matter for years but never managed to learn anything new. Really? Nothing at all? Could an exceptional lawyer like Dirk try to that long and really uncover anything at all? He had over 2 decades, Apollo. Huh? He's right. I doubt Dirk would have gone to his grave without discovering something new. Must have secretly planned something to topple around with somewhere. Take another look at the evidence. You just might find what we need to break out of this situation within there. Got it? There was one evidence though, he in the fire. It was the picture. If the defense is done stalling for my time, I shall now render my verdict. No, wait! About the assassination attempt 23 years ago. And the defense have some new information it would like to share. You do? Well, we had intended to deliberate that case in the course of this trial. Dirk, did you leave something behind for me? Is there some connection I'm missing here? Alright, bathroom break. This one, right? A photograph? Yes, do you recall the traveling musician who died in that fire 23 years ago? How could I never forget such a painful chapter in our history? The poor fellow was caught up in the blaze that was meant for Queen Amara. We never knew his identity though, as his belongings were burned to ashes. Well, about that, the truth is, he was my biological father. Oh! What? Why, of course, with his photo and her benevolence. Exactly, we might be able to prove Dirk completely innocent. That would free her from the infamy of having criminal blood in her veins. Because here in Khura'in, we can witness the final memories of the dead. What other nonsense? You're so lost? What do you mean you're so lost? How are you lost? There was no evidence left in the wreck of that place. I've been watching this for 30 minutes now and have no idea what's going on. It's a trial of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Literally. And Amber Heard is going down. Oh, well, that makes sense, right? Literally, man. Watch what you think. But Derek went to the ends of the earth to bring this little souvenir back for us. He did? Yeah, and the boy, is it the best piece of evidence ever? He knew that with it, we'd finally be able to conclusively settle the matter here in court. It's the Rittenhouse trial! And save his children! Your Majesty, the defense requests that we hold a divination seance for this new victim. What a waste of time. The events of 23 years ago, 3 years past have already been deliberated on at length. But wasn't Dirk on trial for that incident as well today? So we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we failed to look into this new related, would we? As the presiding judge, I will now share my thoughts on the matter. The attempted assassination of Kunamara in a case we can ill afford to live up in. And I believe that the final memories of the victim will prove to be very important. Therefore, it is the opinion of this court that we shall conduct another divination seance. Why you? Your benevolence? You knew the full name of the victim seen in this photo? You'd be able to perform a divination seance, right? Of course, leave it to me. Thank you. My father's full name is... Jove Justice. Alright. Is it Jove? Jove? Now, your benevolence. Please commence the divination seance when you are ready. You got it the first time? Okay, Jove.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes
Unless that's how I say it.
of everyone here be clear, O dance of devotion, so that we may receive their...
Okay. The same thing, right? Skip it. I'm not gonna watch it again, man. Alright, let's see. Burning heat. Crying. There's somebody down lying there, though. Pain. Oh! Dropped the baby! He dropped the baby! Oh, what is that? That's a LiDAR. Okay. The spirit of the victim has granted us a window into his final moments. It would appear the divination seance was a success. Thatch. So those were my father's final moments. Now it's Apollo that has to watch both of his fathers die. Very tragic for, you know, for Apollo and Rafe. That baby we saw must have been you, Apollo. Maybe that's why I have a big ass forehead. He chopped me. He chopped me as a baby! That's why I saw... I will now decipher the experience of the deceased, and are you ready, you hornhead? Yes, please proceed. Okay, let's see. Look, you can't blame him for chopping you when he was murdered. Very well, hear my interpretation of the facts as gleam from the seance vision. He was murdered. At least hold me tight until the last moments. Don't trap me. Hold me in arms. A mom would hold, you know, baby very, very tightly. Would never trap them. Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Atara by setting her residence ablaze. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. Dirk's fingerprints were discovered on the glider found at the scene of the crime. That is how he was determined to be the assassin. Hornhead's father tried to save his son, but sadly he was perished in the attempt. That's everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. My father's final memories. They're right here for everyone to see, but can any of them unlock the truth behind what happened 23 years ago? Someone attempted to assassinate Queen Amar by setting her at Regina's place. Hornhead's father happened to stop by and was knocked out by the assassin. That's very true too. Very soon, tush, stab, and boom. Turok's fingerprints were discovered and the light was found at the scene of the crime. But he just dropped the lighter, right? Dun. And oh! Wait. Oh, wait. I saw it. That one.
Objection!
Somebody, threw it. Their fingerprints were discovered on the lighter that was found at the crime scene. However, the hand holding the lighter in the Cyan's vision appears to be a glove. Oh, I believe you are right. What could this mean? It calls into question whether the hand in the vision really was Dirk's. If only we could make out the details a little better. Hydrate! Very well. I will attempt to focus a bit more on what the disease saw. This will help refine the Cyan's vision. Some kind of red? Doesn't seem to that there was a glove on that hand. Still, what significance could that have? Means that Derek's fingerprints got on the lighter at some other time. Somebody could have been put them there after the fire. You have to do his pure speculation, while the fact remains that they are his fingerprints. You know for a fact this bitch is the one. I know for a fact it's this bitch, man. There's no way. Therefore, it stands the reason that Derek was the one who used that ladder. Shut up, bitch. It's you. It just means I have to prove that the figure in the vision is someone else, which is you, Queen Garan, using the information in my father's minor memories. In a way, it seems that I must revise my insights. But if someone had put his print on the ladder after the fact, then we know not to whom it belongs. Okay, she should update her insights. Time to go over them and see if there are any new inconsistencies to be found. So what got updated? Was it... the fact that we know not to whom it belongs? Do we not know who it belongs? Hey! Hey! Right? It's gonna be that one. Down or side?
Objection!
Wait, then this means that the real culprit is... the figure in the vision is clearly not Dirk. The distinctive band around their wrist gave their true identity away. Oh! That design. It can't be. Who? This will prove just whose hand was captured in the Cyan's vision. Is it his armband? I remember. It was Junko? She doesn't have any, it's not her either. Junko Enoshima, it's gonna be...
Take that!
that photo. So you do believe the culprit to be... Justice Minister Inga had cups with the exact same pattern on them. You're referring to the cups of justice, correct? Yes, I hear the tradition part of Kurenese Justice Minister out there. Hey, but before he wasn't, I mean, he wasn't the Chief Justice. She's the justice minister back then, right? It was the sister who was justice of minister back then. But what does this tell us? Tells us that the figure in the vision is none other than Khura'in, late Minister of Justice. Inga Karkul Khura'in! No, not my father! So he plotted the assassination of the former queen as well as the current one? Justice Minister Inga? So then Dirk's innocent of both charges, the fine dragons, they've been right all along? Nahita? What you have proposed is not possible, Apollo. For back then, Inga Karkul Crane was not the Minister of Justice. It was the Queen! I'm telling you what! The Justice Minister 23 years ago was... You, Queen Garon! What? Alright, she served as Minister of Justice before succeeding the throne. I guess she also prosecuted the assassination attempt 23 years ago as one. So then, the figure in this vision is actually... Your Eminence, it's you, isn't it? This madness. Why would Her Eminence do such a thing? Because she would ascend to the throne. She wanted to usurp the throne from her sister Amara. That's why she tried to assassinate her. I find this all hard to swallow. Your Eminence, are you the one responsible for tearing my family apart? And was it you who killed my father? Well, Your Eminence, I'm asking you a question. Peasants. Always carrying on about things of no import. You do not deny it then. You concealed the truth and used me for your own designs. She's a witch? Oh, Nahita, spare me your feeble-minded line of questioning. Even if Dirk were the clear of all charges. It should still be I who decides Reifa's fate. You do wish for her to be queen someday, do you not? Remember, the child lives only by my good graces. Now kneel before me and fulfill your end of your bargain by offering me your head. Your Eminence, I am done heeding your commands. Even as you used my sister against me, I still believed you. I believed that protecting your secrets was in the best interest of this kingdom. But you have been deceiving me all the while. Nahita. Nahita, you dare defy me? Your Eminence, I can turn the other cheek no more. Therefore, I hereby retract my confession in the murder of Justice Minister Inga. Retract, you say? Dirk, the final piece of evidence you left behind, has released Nahita from his suffering. Now, he's finally free. Oh. In all this time, not once did I reflect on my own conduct, for I had believed all was fate. Lost in my own sense of resignation, I was unable to wake from my despair. But you, Apollo, you have awakened me with your demonstration of our father's greed. No more. Oh, that's a spider mark. I just realized it's a spider. Literally.
Dragon never yields.
Literally just like, you know, Queen Garon's hair. He said it! I will carry on Dirk's legacy and fulfill his dream. Hear me, Garon. I will cast you down from your bloody throne. Long live the revolution. The revolution lives on! You insolent fool! Not even now, even you prattle on about revolution. Would you look at that? Well, Apollo, seems we are finally making some headway down the road that Dirk carved out for us. Yeah. Now, if we could just prove Karan's guilt, we could continue down that road towards the revolution Dirk dreamed of. Your Eminence, you have been accused of the crime committed 23 years ago. Would you like to say anything in your defense? Not so fast, Your Majesty. But the cups could have been stolen and used without my knowledge. So you see, they can hardly be considered proof anything. Why, I believe you're right. But we know she's guilty. Well, lawyer, is there any other evidence you would have me refute? Unfortunately, this photo was the last piece of evidence Dirk left for me. So as far as evidence goes, I got nothing else regarding that case from the past. However, now that Prosecutor Satmari has retracted his confession, we'll have to re-deliberate the current case from scratch. Yes, the defense speaks the truth. Even though it is clear who the guilty party is. Queen Garan! The defense accuses you of the murder of Justice Minister Inga Kurain. What? Do you have any evidence defense? Evidence that will prove Karan was the killer? There is still one more avenue for us to explore, Mr. Justice. There is? Mr. Inga's final memories. The evidence? Look at her! Literally, look at her, man! Your queen is evil! In then, the minister's killer posed as Dirk. Therefore, one must ask, how did the killer dispose of the disguise? Hey, you're right. A lot of blood was splattered onto the killer. Okay, so the blood-soaked clothes would have to have been dealt with somehow. If they're still around somewhere, then... I was wondering what absurd idea you would concoct next. Clothing can be disposed of most anywhere. I doubt you could find them now. Then you don't know us very well. Your benevolence. Yes? On the day of your father's murder, you had been watching the courtyard from 2 p.m. Now, during that time, you saw Queen Garan, did you not? Yes, I did. I saw my mother entering the palace from the courtyard. But I was told not to mention it because it had nothing to do with my father's murder. Rafa! You would not dare! When the queen headed into the palace, did she have Dirk's clothes in her possession? No. No, she did not. So, maybe she disposed of them somewhere in the courtyard. The police did a thorough sweep of the area following the crime, but they did not find anything resembling Dirk's clothes. But you knew that already, didn't you, prosecutor? Yes, I mean no clothing was found. Then... So you admit that you were merely speculating, chasing phantoms and delusions of evidence that never existed. This makes no sense. Clothing doesn't just disappear like that. Karen wasn't carrying any clothes. She must have gotten rid of them somewhere. Somewhere where she thought they'd never be found. The coffin again? Where they'd never be found, huh? What of the clothes he's wearing? No, you know, maybe are the clothes she was wearing. I believe Dirk's clothes were hidden here. What the? Let's just try the tomb. The tomb? You believe the clothing was hidden there? Oh, I was right. Okay, yes, it's the only place it can be. Very well. Where in the tomb do you believe the clothes were hidden? Right there. Of course, that makes perfect. I was right? Maybe. The clothes weren't simply hidden. They were returned to where they belonged. Oh. And by that you mean the killer would have had to get Dirk's clothes from somewhere. Luckily, they were right there. Yes, of course. I was right! At the time of the minister's murder, Dirk's body was already in the sarcophagus, so the killer could have simply borrowed his clothes. Right, before the minister entered the tomb, the killer put on Dirk's clothes, and then hid body behind the curtain above the sarcophagus. And after the minister was killed, Dirk's clothes were returned to his body. So what? This is still all speculation. We know not whether those clothes were actually used in the murder. Therefore, you cannot prove that they are somehow connected to this case.
Objection!
That's where you're wrong, but I believe you already knew that. These clothes were definitely used during the minister's murder because of this. This one?
Take that!
The blood stain of the Dirk's chest are no doubt the result of being shot by the minister. However, that doesn't explain everything. There's also some blood spatter extending from his left elbow to his abdominal area. I believe this blood spatter came from...
Take that!
If the killer was wore those clothes during the murder, then the blood spatter must have come from Minister Inca. I thought it was all Dirk's, but that makes sense. Only one way to be sure though, let's get those stains on analyzed right away. Indeed, this may be the conclusive evidence we need to prove the Queen's guilt.
Objection!
You cannot prove it was I who hid those clothes. They could have very well have been hidden by a third party. But could they really? I'd say the possibility of someone other than Garan hiding the clothes does not exist! No, it's just not possible. Your Eminence, I recall you saying the following. Husband and I are the only ones. Oh! Yeah. That was your own testimony, word for word. Why, you insolent! Admit it. Only you could have hidden Dirk's clothes after they were used in the murder. And that means you are the one who killed Justice Minister Inga. Insignificant worm, you dare accuse me, the ruler of Khura'in? Do not think for one moment that such impudence.
Objection!
What? Impudence what? Impudence will tolerate. I'm afraid such arguments are invalid here in this sacred hall, Your Eminence, because even monarchs aren't above the law. It's the end of the line for you, Queen Garan. Time to come down from that lofty throne and face justice. Me? Face justice? Surely you jest. You are in no position to force my hand, lawyer. Oh? Surely you haven't forgotten about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, should I be convicted of murdering my husband, your dear brother who delivered false testimony in my defense, shall also be found guilty. What? That can't be. Can it? By delivering false testimony in the course of protecting a guilty party, he would certainly be judged by his court of as having supported a criminal. And the Defense Culpability Act would most definitely come into play. But that law is so broad that anyone could be convicted for under it. When it comes to the DC Act, even I am unconflicted, and yet, as it currently stands, it is the law of the land. And as you said earlier, no one is above the law. Of all the absurd things I've seen, this law really takes the cake. Now what? What can we have been do at this point? You need not look so forlorn. Dirk has been cleared of all charges. So let us leave all the thoughts of the real killer and revolution in the past where it belongs. She wants us to just leave her off scot-free, and yet I don't see any other choice. We cannot yield to her here, Apollo. If it will move the revolution forward. I will gladly face the DC Act. Now do it! Accuse the Queen of Garan of the crimes she has committed. What?
Such insolence!
What you speak of is not revolution. Our kingdom will not function without its sovereign. Rayfa cannot ascend to the throne, for she is as yet incapable of channeling spirits. Thus to accuse me is to wish destruction upon our fair kingdom, you terrorist. Terrorist? You would still insist on accusing me. And as a ruling sovereign of Crane, I proclaim the following. What the? All who inherit the crown, no matter the reason, shall be subject to immediate execution upon the Queen's orders? What? Immediate execution? You still not comprehend? Then let me be clear for the sake of this kingdom's future. And in accordance with the laws of Crane, I command that you be put to death at once. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the shit? That is bullshit! Well, game over.
Kill every last one of them.
This is complete bullshit. Isn't this going a bit too far? Why is this Garan Royal Guard? They were on standby in case of an attack by foolishly optimistic terrorists. Now if you would continue to oppose me, the very embodiment of the law, then under my regal authority, you shall all be put to death.
Objection!
Oh come on, this is insane even for you. You can't possibly get away with something like this. This is a court of law. You can't just order our execution without our due process. Now look, Apollo, truth and due process are insanely important, but so is your life, so think before you speak again. What? Please, Apollo, do not make this any worse than it already is. I cannot lose you to the Twilight Realm too. What am I supposed to do? How do I win against an opponent that can rewrite the law as she sees fit? Can I ever bring her to justice? But it's like, yo, Apollo, get us shot! Yo, chill, Apollo, like, chill, Apollo, chill! It's really how it all ends? At least you're alive or your accusation, lawyer. You cannot hope for both. It is time to seize this insanity. What do I do? Should I accuse the Queen Garan? We ride together! We die together! GG, everybody! Goodbye and sayonara! I know what I have to do. Mr. Wright, you know that saying you're constantly reminding me and Athena of. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Ripperino 07! You never failed to surprise me, Apollo. And now, Huta, you know that greed we have known ever since we were kids. A dragon never yields. Apollo, they are not merely words. They are what's carried us this far. So now, it's time to honor these words and the memories of the ones who gave them to us. I couldn't agree with you more, Apollo. Those words are more important to me than you know. And if there's any time to remember them, it's now. It would seem, Apollo, that not one but two auspicious creatures dwell deep within you. A fierce dragon and a virtuous phoenix. Hey! That shows scatter the clouds hiding the heavens. I shall join you in your defiant bluff. I think I finally understand what those words really mean, and the resolve they embody. Are you smiling? You mean the face of certain doom? Is there no end to your defiance? Unfortunately for you, no. I won't let fear or even the law force me to abandon the pursuit of truth. Because there is another saying in my country. The truth will set you free. Indeed, that is precisely what Dirk sought to do through this trial. He wished for us to break free from a certain despicable spider's immobilizing silk threads. He won't be intimidated by unjust laws or given to fear. Abandoning the truth like that is just not a part of my playbook. There's only one path before us. Revolution. It's time to make Dirk's dream a reality upon us. Your Eminence, you are the law here in Ukraine. And your very existence is wrong. Does you desperate pleading know no end? I know it's a bit late to ask, but what's the plan? Well, if Karan is going to execute us on the spot under the Defense Capability Act, and the law itself derives its power from the authority of the crown, then there's only one thing to do. We dethrone her, right here, right now! Alright, but how? It's not like we have a lot of time to come up with a way to do it either. I doubt she'll allow us to perform another cross-examination while we think. Don't worry, I'll come up with something. You'll be fine. You can't give up. Not now. You have to keep on fighting to the end. You can't allow these broken trials to go on. It's time to make things right. Oh, this... Okay. Okay, Karan. Time out. We gotta think. Yo, give me a timeout. Timeout. Alright, let me think first. If I kiss Karan, Nahuta will be subject to the Defense Capability Act, which means he will put to death in accordance with the law. But the only way out of this is to dethrone Karan right now. Would this be the key to dethroning the Khan? Raifa, Maya's channeling ability, the Founder's Orb. Oh, maybe. Summon the Founder herself. We know the face, and she knows the name. Dirk was convinced that the orb is the key to the revolution and Ukraine's future. In light of Karan's obsession with the orb, it makes a large amount of sense. She probably doesn't want anyone using it to gain spiritual powers and rights to the throne. Inga definitely tried to do just that, but that's where it starts to fall apart. Inga could have channeled the Founder even after abducting Miss Fake. After all, he didn't know the Founder's name. The name of the Founders is only known to those who become queen. That means the only people who currently know her name are Garen and Amara. So even if someone else had the orb, they wouldn't be able to channel the Founder. That begs with the question, why is Garen so fixated on the orb? Okay, let's not overthink this. Garen is obsessed with the orb because she wants to clear her name. It's a natural. She can't. Oh! Wait, that's why she made... Yeah. That's why the Amara is the one in, you know. Ah, you fake bitch! You can't channel spirits, can you? You don't have spiritual powers! You don't have power! Could be. It's hard to believe, but... You don't have power! If she wants spiritual power, does that mean Karen can channel spirits? That will explain why she had Amara perform the rite of channeling. Is that why she left Amara live to stand in for her when the time came to channel spirits? So if Karen can channel spirits, she have no claim to the throne! Karen has no claim to the throne! Karen's Defense Capability Act was established under the Crown's authority, but she has no claim to the throne, then the DC Act would become null and void. No, not just the DC Act. All the insane laws she's enacted would be swept away in one fell swoop. And I'm back. You claim the authority of the Crown? You, of all people? That's a good one. Have you truly lost it, lawyer? Indeed, I would once have the defense explain himself at once. It's easy, Your Majesty. Why is Queen Karen so obsessed with the Founder's Orb? Why did she let the Queen Amara live? Why was she having her mercifulness perform the rite of channeling in her place? The answers to these three questions point to a single conclusion. A fact that will shake this kingdom to its very core. I still do not follow Apollo. Your Eminence, I have just one question for you, and please be honest. You can actually channel spirits. Can you? Jam! What? You believe the Queen is not capable of communing with the dead? The defense will explain himself at once. In Ukraine, the ability to channel spirit is an absolute requirement for a would-be queen. But Your Eminence, if you were incapable of doing that, then you'd have no claim to the throne. Not only that, but every law you have passed would be rendered null and void. And you, the Garen Royal Guard. But you seem to be rather enarmored with the Queen's supposed spiritual power. But what if she had none? What if she was just an ordinary person? A pretender to be to the throne? That's crazy talk. Impossible. Everyone knows only spirit mediums can become queen. Such blasphemy. On what grounds do you make such a defamatory claim? Queen Garon! You think I'm just out of to defame you? Then prove it. Prove it using this piece of evidence you want so badly?
Take that!
All the conditions for summoning the Thunderer should be in place. With the orb, we know what the Thunderous looks like. And as Queen, you should know the Thunder's name. Now, if you would, Your Eminence, please show us the great spiritual power you bear as a Grand Priestess of Skorain. Oh, to witness Your Eminence's great power with our own eyes? The Holy Mother will appear before us? Oh, great miracle of miracles. Praise be, Your Eminence, bear your mighty spiritual power, show us the way. Urihara Gara! Enough! Enough, I say, you mindless cretins! Your Eminence, can it be that you cannot? No, no, I want a lawyer. Summon one at once.
Objection!
Aren't you forgetting something? There aren't any lawyers left in Crane. That's a good one. You can thank your Defense Capability Act for that. Your Eminence, please give us a glimpse of your magnificent spiritual power. Summon Her Holiness too, so she may guide us. I've heard enough from you. Out of my sight, all of you. If you truly are capable of channeling spirits, then get on with it already, Your Eminence. You sneaky, underhanded, wretch of a lawyer. That reminds me. You said something to this effect earlier. It is time to cease this insanity. Don't you feel stupid for saying that now? Indeed, of all the things she had said, I can think of nothing more ludicrous. Apollo! Teach this deceitful Peachy Queen a lesson. She won't soon forget. Gladly, because it really is time to cease this insanity. Garon! Your reign of terror ends here! Ooh! Very well, demonstrating my facility as a spirit medium is simply enough. Okay. Behold the magnificent power to commune with the dead. Ooh, Eminence! Imagine if she actually did one. Oh, great spirit of the founder who dwells in the Twilight Realm, heed the secret covenant of the orb, and appear here before us. Ooh, here it comes. I mean, if she succeeds, then you know, yeah, then we die. Imagine though. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Chakra! She needs more chakra! Oh, Spirit of the Founder! Oh! Shoot her! Fire! No, wait! I just warming up! The rain actually starts from now! Look! So no gotta... Holy Mother! Inozaru Doruji. Shoot her! Woohoo! What? Hi boss, we did it! Finally! This was a long ass fucking episode for sure, man. Took me 3 streams, I think. What's good, Satmari? How is Her Eminence? It seems she now believes that she herself is the Holy Mother. This was one of the longest ones for sure. I see. But her attempt at spirit channeling failed, did it not? Yeah, this is by far the longest case in the series. Yeah, man, no wonder. No wonder, man. This was a long ass. Suddenly, she seems unable to accept the facts. I fear it will be quite a challenge to question her later. The second longest case is about 900 lines of text shorter. 900 lines? What the fuck? Still, and what if I may ask, what's her motive? I understand that she killed Minister Inca in order to prevent his coup d'etat, one of her attempt to assassinate Queen Amara 23 years ago. To become queen herself, maybe she just craved power and attention. She likely developed a psychological complex from her inability to channel spirits. That is why she kept Queen Amara alive to perform the rite of channeling for her. In that way, it would seem as if she had great spiritual power. In short, she built a cult personality upon fear and lies. Then again, do not all tyrants. So then, she never really intended to kill Amara, huh? But I don't understand. This is why Queen Amara even listened to Garan in the first place. Oh wait, it was 700 lines. Still, very a lot. Especially 14 years ago, before Rafa was being held hostage. Why would she keep letting the people of Khura'in think she was dead? Why she kept quietly performing the rite of channeling for Garan? My mother is a gentle soul by nature and loves her sister dearly. So when Garan told her to hide because Dirk was out to kill her, she believed it. What's more, she did not wish to tarnish the name of her beloved sister. That's why she had acquiesced so obediently to Garan's request to keep channeling for her. Until she fled with Dirk and was told the truth, that is. So that's what happened. Since Larefa was being held captive, I imagine Amara had no choice but to help cover up the truth behind Inga's murder. Yeah, living secretly as Rafa's servant Nena. No doubt only deepened her love for her daughter. She'd do anything to keep her safe. All the more reason to hide the painful truth from her. Well, that was a case for the ages. Masako Satmari has been clear of all suspicion in the murder of Minister Inga, and has Mr. Dirk Satmari in the assassination attempt on Queen Amara. Now then, they decided time and I handed down my verdict on Dirk and Nahuta Satmari. Not guilty! Yeah, I think this case is in the contention for the best in the series up there with the Fire Emblem Bridge. Yeah, this one, this game, out of all the episodes, I like this one and the Maya episode one the most. Dirk, I hope you're watching. I prove your innocence. Nahuta smiling again. And that revolution you have always dreamed of is finally happening. With this, may I finally say, this court is adjourned. I like the magical turnabout because I agree with the culprit. The cranberries suck! Oi! Well, they do suck though. Except Juicy. Ready to go, Apollo? I was on the edge of my seat when those guards stormed the courtroom. That was a shocker, alright. Can't imagine anything like that happening back home. And alright, I was ready to go on down there and teach them a lesson myself. Really? I was barely able to hold her back. Hold me back? You were about to go out ballistic after a while there, Tina. Yeah, well, I was thinking about helping you smack a few of them down, to be honest. Reminded me to never say or do anything to deserve a Maya, Athena, and Apollo suplex. You did a fine job. You did a fine job out there, Apollo. Today, Apollo. Thanks for all the great advice, Mr. Wright. Nah, it was all you. That perseverance and never say die attitude you showed was impressive. I actually might learn a thing or two myself. What? From me? That's a laugh. There were any number of times where I wouldn't have blamed you for giving up. But you stuck it out to the end and came away triumph. By sheer force of will, the inner strength forged in countless trials. You became the most desperate and hopeless situation I have ever seen. I don't know about all that. I mean it. You have really come a long way, Apollo. I have nothing but respect for your abilities as an attorney. Really? Aren't you exaggerating just a little bit, Mr. Wright? You did it, Apollo. You finally won his seal of approval. What about me, Nick? My challenge has come a long way too. After all, I was deemed worthy enough to be used in the 2 major crimes already. It's been about 1.5 hours. Still okay, Gola? You better skip the entire game. What do you mean? This is Elden Ring. Skip Elden Ring? Hello? You have 2 major chances for me to become someone for you to channel next. Where is Let's Go Eve Third? Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the support of each and every person here. Mr. Wright, Athena, Nahuta, and of course Dirk. That's pretty cool, Polly. Pokemon, let's go now. Hey! Let's go now. Trucy. Trucy, what are you doing here? It's a magic. I'm afraid she employed the old let's stow away in the mid-stretch was suitcase trick. Oi! What? Though it certainly explained why my suitcase was so heavy. She was here all along. Tell me you at least noticed it was heavier than usual. Juicy? Do you even have a passport? My magic panties are an extra dimensional space. It's like a mini universe in there. I could produce a passport at the top of my hat. Right. Maybe some things in this world are better left a mystery. The panties! Hornhead, Bobhead! I am forever in your debt for what you have accomplished in this Hall of Justice. Without your presence, I may have never changed as I have this day. It's a pathetic, I know, pathetic. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. It was you who changed yourself. Only you could choose to defy Garon. That decision was yours and yours alone. That's right. All we did was present you with an opportunity. And you made a use of it with gusto. This victory is yours, your benevolence. You should be proud of yourself. I see. So I am worthy of my title after all. I shall work to heal our kingdom so that it may know peace and prosperity once more. You sure bounce back quick. So your benevolence, I take it you learned the truth of your origins. You are the daughter of Dirk and Queen Amara. Yes, my mother. I mean, Her Eminence told me. She said it was a part of my disciplining. You can call it that. That's more like a blackmail. Keep quiet or I'll tell everyone you are the daughter of a criminal. My mother was so insufferable, or should I say, my former mother. Sounds like there was no love lost there. When you clear Dirk's name, my true father will no longer be known as a criminal. Therefore, I have nothing more to fear. So what's next for the Kingdom of Khura'in? I mean, you lost your queen, so... Her benevolence, Princess Rayfa will ascend to the throne. Nahuta. But you can't channel spirits yet, right? Indeed, which is why I will act as a regent on her behalf. Until the day she comes into her own. Yes, your help will be greatly appreciated, Prosecutor Sad. Big... Oni-chan! Bruh. Is she going to say what I think she is? We're looking at you, you horn-headed nincompoop! Hey, youch! In any event, I will be assisted by Nahuta and Queen Amara for the time being. Queen Amara? Our country offers you counsel to the rulers of neighboring kingdoms through channeling. It's a duty I intend to fulfill myself one day. But for now, I will have Queen Amara assist me in that capacity. So then, it's going to be alright? Yes, it seems the bullet went straight through her without doing any serious damage. That's a relief. You did it, HA! Thanks to you, both Dirk and Nahuta beat the charges against them. And you got the revolution rolling to boot. Revolution? Dirk? Guess you were right to believe in me after all. Yes, sir, there's gonna be some major changes around here. The legal system's gonna return to its rightful state, like how Dirk always wanted. The name of Apollo Justice will go down in Kuranese history. Hahaha, yeah, right. Oh, Nahita, before I forget, there was something I wanted to give you before I head back home. You wish to give me something? Yes, as Dirk's birth son, I think you should have this. Oh, I didn't know. A dragon never yields! This is Dirk's. I have to get back to the stage. I know you're a prosecutor and all. But as the man that's going to change Kurain, it's only right that you have it. To change Kurain. Yeah, in Dirk's place. Apollo? I'm afraid I must refuse your gift. What? Rejected? Why? There is something I would like to show you. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Mr. Wright, won't you and your friends please join us? God damn it, I gotta take a bathroom break first again. Be right back! Sure. Sure. Anime scene? No anime scene. No anime scene. So why did you bring us here, Nahita? Apollo, I want you to stay in Kurain. No! Break up! No! What? But why? No, the gang, the trio! We have lost our queen and our kingdom stand at a crossroads. Most of all, we need to rebuild our entire legal system. Naturally, that includes the reintroduction of lawyers to the court. Wait, you're not asking me to? Yes, I want you to take over this law office. With you as a lawyer and me as a prosecutor, we shall rebuild Kurain's legal system from the ground up. You want me to help you rebuild the legal system? It's a lot to take in. Apollo, I cannot do this without you. As a lawyer, you are Dirk's spiritual heir. And having studied in America, your legal system knowledge will be indispensable. This is way out of my league. The revolution is still in its infancy, but it was Dirk's dream to restore the legal system to its rightful state. Will you not help me realize that dream? Come on, AJ, you know it's what Dirk would have wanted. Let's do it together. You must be taken aback by my silent request, but please give it some thought. Of course, I'm honored that you asked. Still, I have my job back at the right editing agency to consider too. Don't you worry about that, Apollo. Besides, this is something only you can do. Something only I can do. I mean, to be completely honest, our office would be a short on firepower without you around, but hey. Mr. Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, but I can't get on board with this. Athena? I mean, there's still so much I want to learn from you, Apollo. That's right, it won't be the same without you. And everyone back home would really miss you too. There's no way I can agree to this. Still, if you really wanted to stay... Yeah, Athena's right. It wouldn't be easy, but... Athena, Trucy... Apollo, no one but you can make this decision. Not that I will not question whatever choice you make. Our flight leaves tomorrow morning, Apollo. Think you can make up your mind by then? I'll try. Talk about a difficult decision. Should I go back to the US and continue working at the Right Anything Agency? Or should I stay in Ukraine and help Nahuta rebuild the legal system? Tough choice. What's the right thing for me to do? The bus to the airport will be here any minute. I wonder where Apollo is. Do you think he decided to stay here in Ukraine? I bet he was up all night thinking, this is a life-changing decision after all. But whatever he decides, I'll have to accept it. I guess this means no more courtroom battles alongside him. Hey guys! I know that booming voice anywhere. Whew, I made it. Apollo, you're here. Does this mean you're coming home with us? Well, about that. No, he's staying. He's gonna stay. He's gonna stay. Mr. Wright? Yes? I've made up my mind. Here it is. The moment of the truth. I still have so many things to learn from you. But I decided to stay in Kurain. Yeah. You're staying? What? I feel like I have to pick up where Dirk left off. I can't let his sacrifice go to waste. I see. Goodbye, Apollo! Plus, I want to teach others everything you have taught me about being a lawyer, Mr. Wright. Apollo! Dirk's roadmap for the future. And your teachings. The Dragon and Phoenix. And you know what? To this day, he doesn't know Truce is his sister. Oh, come on! You should at least, just let them know already, they're siblings. Come on! His brother's staying here! Come on! I don't know why they're keeping it secret. Goddamn creators! I believe that these two things will save the people of this kingdom from the further unrest. I want to do this. No, I have to do this. Apollo, I never felt prouder. Proud to have had such an amazing attorney working under me. But someday, I'll return to the US. Once the new legal system here is firmly in place, I'll be back. Scout's honor. Which is never. Will we really see you again, Apollo? You bet. Not that I have any idea how long it'll be. But I promise you this, everyone. I'll keep on learning and growing. And I'll come back to the US an even better lawyer. So don't you forget about me. Of course we won't, Apollo. There will always be a spot waiting for you back at the office. In the meantime, we'll be rooting for you. So knock him dead. You got it, Mr. Wright. Juicy, your brother's staying behind. I'm gonna miss you, Polly. But if this is it, then I'm going to support you just all the way. Thanks, Juicy. Good luck with your match, cat. I know you'll do Trope Grammar really proud. I'll be cheering for you too, Apollo. I don't think you're the only one with room to grow. The next time we meet, you probably won't even recognize me. In other words, game on. You bet, and I'm gonna win. I'm going to miss you too, Apollo. But I can't wait to see where your new adventure will take you. Well, that's our boss. I guess this is it, Apollo. I'll never forget everything you have done for me, Mr. Wright. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Here's to seeing you back in the US again someday. Until then, you know where to find me. The legacy of those who came before us. Dirk. Nahuta is handed down from parent to child. from winter to disable. And I just accidentally spent 200 euros on groceries when I only need one frozen pizza. 200! Jesus, Misty, what the? We must never stall or stagnate, but continue to grow and change. You have issues? What did you buy? More dumplings? All that we have been taught? The beliefs and convictions that have been passed down to us. Cheese! Candy! Candy! 200 words of candies! We must continue to nurture them so we, in turn, can pass them on the next generation. Bananas which will not rot in the basket. God damn it. Oh! You just have to go to a frozen aisle,
Are you really sure
get a frozen
you're okay with
pizza,
him
and get
staying
out.
with us?
Uh-huh. I always figured he'd leave the
More like
nest someday.
more like this.
Oh, I think they're almost here.
Eminem!
Just a little. Got it.
Oi!
Why don't we go and check it out, AJ?
One MM pack is almost 5 years nowadays. Whoa, that's crazy expensive, man. Hey, an idiot would spend that. It's me, I'm the idiot. I was about to say, so you mean yourself? Dark. GG! How do I like the chart? Yeah, I love Sarge, man. She was, I was quite surprised it was a girl. I was super surprised it was a little girl. But she was so adorable. I love it. I loved her. We did it! Good on, Mr. Hat. We got the DLC though. I'm the missing Mr. Hat. Nice to meet you. I want to take this opportunity to announce my solo debut. See, Mr. Hat doesn't want Apollo to leave him in the dust. With the fierce rivals you know, I can't let him hit the spotlight. Okay, the DLC will be the one which will determine for me which one is better, AA5 or AA6. Gonna do for Korean. Then it came to me tourism. That's what. I developed Korean tourism industry and bring in more visitors. This game was really fun though. I still say AA3 is the best in the series overall. I don't remember it. Fuck. I really don't remember of the trilogy of AA1 and 2, 3. It's been so long. I can't say much. It's worth. So we've got Godot, the Coffee Man. Oh yeah, the Coffee Man, Mia's boyfriend. Oh yeah. This is revealed the secret behind our teleportation trick. Show requests have totally dried up. We'll be out on the street if we don't find some work soon. Got these two? These two are pretty funny. They're fun witnesses. I love the personality, the guy, the oven guy. You know, with who was it again? I love that witness. It was pretty interesting. With the multiple personality. Hey, the baby Quarren is just like the child right now, full of life and limitless possibilities. This is Dirk's legacy through to the end. Just for Junior there, here's the secret to being a man among men. This was Danganronpa, but he would have been executed because even though Red Team set it up, she's the one that actually did the little act, even if she didn't know. Yeah. Batty. Even though he used her, but who cares? She did the kill. Let's do this. Hopefully they will make AA7. This game came out 2016, so it's been almost 8 years. No, actually 8 years, right? No, 7 years. 7 years. Udon soba udon. Blackcool. I love to have, you know, they at least include Blackcool in this game. For at least for one episode. This guy, Wendo. Shisho. Hey, Sarge! Sarge! The urn of Amy face still there. The university where my father worked is letting me help with the day. One day I'll discover an unknown ancient civilization and something. That private justice had better not be slacking off. Hey, I'm going to be super busy now that I'm the head of the Fae clan. Shippy! Don't worry, Mystic Maya. I'll do whatever I can to help. Thanks, Pearly. Our first order of business will be to revolutionize Korean village. How about opening a store where we can buy new outfits like City Girls wear? Well, look who's all grown up now. I think there are a few more pressing matters to take care of first. Yeah, you're right. I guess it'll be a while before I get my revolutionary makeover. Oh, Pearly. We're almost reaching the end of the series, huh? 2 more games. Mystic Maya! Serving in that capacity? You're quite handful after all. I am? With a simple wave of your hand, you would have your attire changed, meals prepared, and even your teeth brushed. I think I put such an undue burden upon you. Famous shoulder wraps? Her benevolence has taken to calling me Braidhead. Braidhead? Braidhead? Motohide Eshiro. Oh! How is he doing, Mr. Wright? Great. He's a respectable lawyer in his own right. He even has his own practice called Justice Law Offices. Thank you. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Is it the mom? Oh, before I forget, I made a copy of this photo for you. A photo? Oh. It's the mom, right? Job. Nah. It is so good to see him again. Don't you think it's about time we told them the truth? After all, they have both grown up into a fun young people now. Yes, you're right. Finally! Perhaps it's about time they knew. Is this real? Is this the real life? No. This is not the real life. It's fake. Hey, you did it. Now you can play Elden Ring. What do you mean? This was the Elden Ring. Elden Ring completed. Woohoo! What? Elden Ring is completed finally. Let's go. We still got the DLC. So I feel to destroy a queen. Fake queen. It feels good. It feels good to destroy a fake queen. BRB. 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 Now the DLC tells 10 as Investigation 1 and 2. Yes. DLC. So yeah, how's that for a domino effect? One karma shoots a man in an elevator. That sets off a chain of dominoes that leads to a queen being overthrown. I was supposed to fight a Phoenix Pride as Apollo. It's pretty cool. Didn't even a fight though, since they had Maya hostage. So Phoenix wasn't, you know. Very big domino effect though. One that started all. One karma, the man who started it all. Making Phoenix become Capcom. Comcat. Oh. Dear Mr. Right. Oh, it's from Apollo. Objection! Hold it! Dear Mr. Right? I can't believe it's already been a few months since I decided to stay. I'm sorry I haven't been good about keeping in touch, but things have been really hectic. Rebuilding a legal system I'm not yet familiar with has been a real challenge. But I will say it's given me plenty of work to keep me busy. Hey! Have you not given the autopsy report even on a cursory glance, Mr. Justice? It's just I have 15 clients on my plate right now. Though I probably should have accepted all 15 at the same 15! Voice, this is booming, baby! Oh, please. Are you going to help me rebuild Kranin's legal system or not? Satura! If you have me need to move through this case backlog faster. Backlog faster? Yeah, I know, but... Besides, those 15 are only the beginning. There are 10 more awaiting your services. Huh? I just have friends and acquaintances seeking legal representation. Admittedly, Dahuta is a pretty meh prosecutor. I agree with you there, meh. He did have a... Nowhere near as Black Queen, yes. I agree, 100% agree. I feel he was very, very underwhelmed compared to Black Queen in previous game. And being that you are the only lawyer in the country, I had told them to contact you. I estimate we only add about 16 clients to your case log. Load? Huh? Now wait just 1 minute. I've been handing out advertisements for your new office. They read: from legal advice to investigating extramarital affairs, even yak milking. For a limited time only, these services and more are free down at Justice Law offices. I've already received requests from 380 new clients. Rip. I'm going to have to say something, aren't I? Objection! No one else can go on. Hey, I just you did your Court of Steel exercise this morning. Well, go on. There's no need to hold back. Now that you mention it, we have yet to hear you shout today. Yes, and I have grown quite drowsy from these tedious proceedings. I could use a loud something to wake me up. Do not disappoint me, Hornhead. Silence! I'm not gonna play the DLC. I am gonna play the DLC case. There's really only one thing to say at a time like this. It's a word I've said countless times in my career, but no, what one I'm never tired of.
Objection!
Objection! The end! Let's just hope that, I actually haven't tested the DLC yet. So, let's hope it works. Where is it? The Turnabout Time Traveler, right? Special episode? Yes. Here we go. Hopefully. Do not. Oh, alright. Here we go.
I'm not completely heartless.
What the?
I'd throw that time machine you cherish so much overboard with you.
Please take me back. Back to that blissful moment.
What the? Time traveler? She's a time traveler? No.
It's almost time for the reception, milady.
It actually...
Hydrate? Okay, let me make sure I got this straight. When you magic panties appear, and you backflip in a handstand and blow out the candle. This is September, alright, from May to September. So a couple of months after, right? You saw the Phoenix friend? No, I think that you got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. Sure you can, I believe in you, Athena. Josie, what are you doing? What are you and Athena up to? Athena's agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show. I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first. Now it's a human cannonball, this killing thing that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know. You saw Larry Boss in the screen? Did you? There was a Larry? What the hell? I missed it. You made your bet, Athena. Now you got to lie in it. No, I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already. My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office. Since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here, huh? You got me there, Juicy. This is Juicy, right? She might end up the daughter and a magician. But even after a few months... Probably they don't still know, do they? That Apollo and Juicy's are siblings? If you had the time traveler part, you saw Larry Buzz. And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star lawyer of the Right Entity Agency. Or rather, the rising star assistant to Juicy, you mean. If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm going to forget everything I've ever learned. Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Business is as slow as ever, huh, Nick? Bet you made even more money back when you played the piano. So, Larry, yo, long time no see. Larry the boss, the unluckiest guy, right? Larry? I haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? Some big news, that's what. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? This is Larry Boss. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? There's somebody I want you to meet. Hey, you come in right now. Come in now. Alright. Hey, that's the girl! How do you do? Hi. That dress, is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. Ellen Wyatt? I'm a domestic servant. I'm made of the Sprocket household. Sprocket, as in Sprocket Aviation. Yes, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wyatt, Sprocket Aviation is a really big airline company. Don't tell me this. Did she marry Larry? I guess we're about to find out if she did marry. You heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see, but what is a Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So actually, we decided to get married. You what? I'm not so young anymore, you know? I figure it's time to finally settle down. What? You're getting married? No way, I don't believe it. Besides, when she will die and apparently will be defended. She will be... Hopefully not. Let's just hope for Larry to, you know... Let's hope Larry gets the happy ending, man. We wish him the best of luck. Why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as a flake as Larry? You're kidding, right? Celeste, I don't blame you, but green's really not your color, you know. Alright, Larry, lay it on me. You're getting married? You know, seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? You're not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see, like love and then run, I guess you could say. Is that right, Ellie? Oh, she's silent, quiet. Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another. Oh no! No, Satch. I'm in love with Sorin. Sorin? Not you. Say what? That's about what I thought. But Ellie, baby, weren't you running away with me so we could get married? As I said, you misunderstand. You said you helped me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. Ouch. This not happening. I've been shook off the police for you, and for what? That's it. If we can't be together, my life is over. I'm gonna end it all. Wait, back up. Did you say you shook off the police? Yes, we had to, because we are lovers on the lamb. Sorry, Miss Wyatt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? Tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Murder? They think you killed somebody? I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell onto me. They had me confined in a separate room, and that's when Larry came along and helped me escape. I'm sorry, but what? Oh, me and Ellie were going to elope. We were gonna pull it all on the line for true love. But the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake him off. Where did it all go wrong? Wait, did he just made our escape convict? I feel a migraine coming on. Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from the police. A photo of the suspect, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has just been released by the police. Sources have said that the 21-year-old is suspected of clapping the victim. Oh, 25-year-old Thomas Gloomsbury to death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them, You've got to be kidding me. Oh, brother. Guess this means we are technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Oh, Nick, what's got guy to do? Ellis dumped me hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. Larry. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? You really gotta stop living under a rock and get out more. That's the highest amount of shit I have even seen with Larry. I'm the hippiest, hottest picture book author in the business. Loris Dioxonym. I can't believe you didn't know that. I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Francis Whippity Whip Trip. Hey, Francisca! Now that you mention it, I think I did hear something about a one-hit wonder. Oh, one-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? I'll have you know I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. It's mildly popular with 18 to 24 years old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over his jacket. What? That heart-shaped pork chop? It's not a pork chop! He's the main character of my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his arrows on a more. Q Piglet! Wow! Wow. And you can see this adorable fellow make his debut in Q Piglet's Lovey-Dovey Lark. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores now or never. Forever? Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy or 10, will ya? But I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. Anywho, you defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? Please, I'm begging you. I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as the pure white dress. Nope, Cyclops. I guess that means she's telling the truth. But helping a fugitive on the run, what am I getting myself into? There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. Oh, you might find this hard to believe, but the truth is, I'm a time traveler. Huh? I'm not sure I follow. No one is clean and pure in this world. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then, in that instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck. And I went back in time to just before the reception started. Only this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow, I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history had been rewritten. Now, wait just 1 minute here. I don't understand. Are you saying that... What's going on? Okay, what is this cocaine PCP? Mr. Wright, there are police cars outside. Not just one or two, but a whole bunch. Well. Daddy, a whole squad of officers has the building surrounded. What? It's the police, there's no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. What do we do? Heck if I know. I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3. 44, 45. Wow, talk about overkill. Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how they raised you. Think about their smiling faces and their warm home-cooked meals. Who in the heck are you? A detective? Now, hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Wait! Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? Emma! Emma? I'm sorry for all the commotion. So what in the world is going on? Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Boss who hauled himself up in here. With the murder of suspect after he made up with her, and the fleet of patrol cars, the police are being extra careful. Because apparently a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb!" I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about. Well, the police were being so persistent, I had to do something. So I tried bluffing. You know, like you doing, Courtney. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. If you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. Damn. I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick. We gotta get down to the detention center right away. Listen, Larry. I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not. But I know you will, cause it's you. Guess I've got no choice but to tag along and help then. What? And skip out on me? We have only just started practicing your repertoire, you know. Wonder why Larry's interested right now? Because it's Larry. Huh? You better stay and practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise after all. That's cold, boss. You gotta get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. No! Stop, I'm begging you. Ah, she's getting away. Get back here, Athena. I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, I guess we better get to the detention center and ask Mrs. Wyatt some questions, especially about that whole time traveling business she was talking about. Okay. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright? Miss Wyatt, would you mind if I ask you a few questions? Nick is gonna defend you early, isn't that right? Is that great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet. What? You're not going to take my case? I'm never gonna be happy! Miss Wyatt? What the? Did I do something wrong? Whoa! Miss Wyatt, please calm down. I'm innocent, I tell you. If convicted, you are facing up to 5 years in prison for helping someone escape custody when they are confined or for a felony case. But the police won't believe me. If convicted, neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell. Alright, I'll do it. I'll take your case, just please stop crying. Really? You will? The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Do I really have a choice? Guess not. In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anybody. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. Miss Wyatt and Lynn, let's do this together. Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright. There, it's going to be okay now. Try to pull yourself together. Alright, just give me a moment. I'm truly grateful to you for taking on my defense, Mr. Wright. Sure, no problem. But she literally pulled herself together. Speech of murder? What the heck? Yeah, please tell me everything you can about the incident. Alright. It happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Bloomsbury. Wasn't Bloomsbury the name of the victim in that news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. How did that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep. That's rich coming from you. With that fast makeup, LM must be Trucy assist. Do you have any idea why he attacked you? No, but what? Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Bloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married. Geez, jealous much? What a loser. Bruh, Mr. Bloomsbury had forced me onto the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon this pendant. That pendant? Yes, it was a gift from my husband to be, Sorin. He said it's a symbol of our love, so he made a wish on it. Now you may think what I'm about to say is very strange, but... I beg the pendant, please take me back to that blissful moment. And do you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started. So that's the time traveling thing you mentioned back at my office. I'm sorry, but I have to say it's pretty unbelievable. Unbelievable? Okay, don't cry. I knew you'd never believe me. Nick? Ellie here's an honest-to-goodness time traveler. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. Sure, Larry, sure. But it's really true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Soren made. I begged it for help, and it really did send me back in time. Is she really listening to herself? Ever since I even experienced the reception again, even though we'd already held it once before. During it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Could you not cook while we are talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion for murder? But after the reception ended, with the second reception, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place up by myself. Oh, hold on. Cleaning? Why were you cleaning on your own wedding day? For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household. I offered to take on the preparation and cleaning up of the reception banquet. I see. So this Bloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time. A time machine and a magic pendant. How could any of this be possible? Okay, Ellen's pendant. Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about that other thing too? About that shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked? Yes, good idea, Larry. The wedding. So you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right? That's right, we have only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all. Oh, Ellie, how can you say that? You and me are bound by fate, I'm telling you, we're meant to be together. What? You're wrong, Larry. I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as the Cody on my chin. Larry, don't make me send you to a timeout. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What she's like? His name is Soren Sprocket. Oh, he's the most wonderful man he is. Truly my destiny. Did you say Soren Sprocket, as in... That's right. The next president of Sprocket Aviation. Wait, he's in line to take over the company? He's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice, clearly. Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison. Ellie, you're breaking my achy, breaky heart. So she's marrying into money, huh? Can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant. It's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Oh, my Soren. What's the shadowy figure you saw, Ellen? It was when Mr. Groomsbury was attacking me. Right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Groomsbury from behind. You did? Then that person must be the true culprit. Did you see who it was? I'm afraid not. Have you told anybody else about this? I told someone of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream. I can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel. Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't. Okay. I guess I asked her all again for now. Speak in span, speak in span. Ellen, what are you doing? I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. Can't have my future hubby come into a dirty room now, can I? It has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Speak in span, speak in span. Let's hope we can wipe away all suspicion from you soon, too. We better get to the crime scene right away. What? You are coming too? Of course I am. If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills, Ellie might change her mind about me, you know. You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next up, the mooring dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go. The Flying Chapel. This is the Sprocket Park, but where is the reception hall? The reception hall? Oh, that's... Wow, looky there. What? What is it? I just spotted me a cute mamacita. Don't wait up. Mamacita! Hold on, where's the reception hall? Sorry, a man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. I'm an artist after all. Oh, miss. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! I thought he was going to take me to the crime scene. Oh well, I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he inevitably gets rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Okay. Wow, that airship is huge. Oops, didn't mean to say that out loud. I've never seen airships like this up in the sky. But I gotta say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. So this bench hit that sign, huh? Hopefully it didn't hit a person too. That would be catastrophic. Guess from now on, whenever I'm walking around outside, I better be on the lookout for unidentified flying furniture too. Wow, this thing is really banged up. We're looking at the sign. They say it got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. Big gust sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway. I see, the wind caused that, more like a tornado. The repair guy was saying don't touch, it's dangerous. I see, thanks for the heads up. Poor guy, looks like it was a lot of work. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner, it didn't work out, huh? Lay off, man, I wasn't on my game today. So now that you have done, you mind telling me where the reception hall is already? What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of me? Right in front of... Wait, what's that? Say Flying Chapel? You mean to tell me? Yup, Ellie's reception was on that airship. Whoa, a sky-high reception hall? Yep, and that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum too. But the happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip though. Yeah, check the airship out for yourself with this pamphlet. Pamphlet? But I figured you could use some backup, so I called some help for you. Hall, elevator, lift, hold, cabin, vista, deck, Pekka cup, lantern, Pekka ball lantern, sweetheart table. Love is always in the air on the Flying Chapel. The only wedding venue is sure to make your dreams take flight. After the ceremony out on the vista decks, Sprocket Aviation Majestic Pekka mascots will light up the happy popple from both sides of the sweetheart table. Okay. She fainted. You did? Yup, should be here any minute now. Okay. Vroom vroom. That red sports car? Larry, don't tell me you called. You know it, buddy. I trust you've been well and bright. My surprise! Now admit it. That was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it? Maya? Maya, what are you doing here? Larry called me up. He said something about it finally being time for him to tighten all knot. But that's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride. Maya, I know this is sudden, but please bury me. What's Larry talking about? He was dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary bride anyway. Wow, poor Larry. That's a new low even for him. But hey, imaginary girlfriends that never hurt anyone, right? More power to him. This is Maya Fey. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium. Now that her training is over, she's back home in the States. That's right, the new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready. Hey, look at you, Maya, all grown up and as cute as ever. Ooh, you know what? I just realized something. If I ever got married, I missed out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. Edgeworth! Edgeworth? I figured that car belonged to you. But when did you become Maya's chauffeur? Nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car and nearly ran her down. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine and the district chief prosecutor. I heard he's been busy lately. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too. He did? However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? You know, right? I am the lead prosecutor on this case. Oh, okay. What? You? Yes? It appears we'll be standing on the opposite ends of the battlefield this time around. Oh, I cannot wait. So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal contention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated to say the least. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket's name. So they try to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. Pressure to settle it amicably, right? What do you mean, settle it amicably? It means that they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug? Wow, Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout? Yes, they have, especially strong ties in both the political and the judicial world. To a point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, right? It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. The very last one of my subordinates was loathe to prosecute a Sprocket. So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right? That's right. I will personally see to it that your justice is served. I'll always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities, regardless of who I'm up against. For that is part of my creed. I think no one can sway me from that, not even the almighty Sprocket. Right. They think they can use their influence to impede their truth? They have another thing coming. You know, I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests. All they got instead was you. Echi, come on, man. How can you both prosecute my poor sweet Ellie? What kind of heartless jerk are you? I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back, not for you or anyone else. Thanks for the warning, your righteousness. How's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course, unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Huh? Guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth. Nice try, right? As always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy. Including you. As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well. Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me? He's really self-consciousness. Conscious about those lines, isn't he? Edgeworth, about this incident. Don't forget, right, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I'm not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries. No, I guess we are adversaries for now. And you, Larry? Me? I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stun you have pulled with the suspect. But Echi, we're all pals, aren't we? Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now come along. Well, help me out here. Rip. Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever? Yeah, I guess even some things never change. So much for mellowing out. Well, we better hop to it too. Up to what? Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I team up like this. This is going to be fun. Fun, huh? It has been a long time though since we were last together like this. Alright, to the crime scene then. Yeah, and away we go. Reception hall. Okay, so this is the reception hall. According to the pamphlet, we are right here. The hall, okay. Yikes, we are pretty high up, but at least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad. Oh, look. It's Emma. Hey, Emma, over here. Mr. Right, Maya? It's me, you're taking the case? Yeah, that's how things kind of turned out. So, do you mind if we take a look around? By my guess, we have pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead. Now's a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma too. What happened? Short wouldn't tell us anything about this case, so do you think you could give us a rundown? Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I expect him to be tight-lipped about it. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you? Time traveling? What did you mean? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Forget it. It's pretty much the response I expected. The victim's name is Dumas Bloomsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household. Ellen was a maid for that family as well, so that means two of them were co-workers. Yes, they apparently knew each other. Mr. Bloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very close and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back. If he was the lead servant, he must have been higher ranked than Ellen. What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially her boss? We don't know the defendant's motive yet, but the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her. What circumstances are these exactly? Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hand. Why would a bride who was just about to start a happy new life kill someone? Do the police have an explanation for that? Yeah, about that. They believe the victim would attack the suspect and was killed when she fought back. Why did he attack her to begin with? Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Bloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. So this Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked her Ellen first? But if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as a justified self-defense on her part? It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we could prove that, but wonder what Edgeworth will have up his sleeve to counter that claim. But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company? Sounds like a modern-day fairy tale. It does, doesn't it? Thing is, everyone was on board with their union apparently. So what was the murder weapon, Emma? This clock with a secret mechanism built into it was on display here in the reception hall. The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered. The victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? But that's funny. There's no blood on it as far as I can tell. Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with evidence. But there was definitely a luminol reaction, and it matched up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon. What a funny looking clock. They can call it the timekeeper. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to a memory of their wedding day. Time machine, huh? Come think of it. Ellen said her Brendan was a part of a time machine. Wonder how the secret mechanism in this thing works. Timekeeper. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on. So she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself. So a maid with no family and or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? Guess it's not surprising that that's ruffled feather too. Yes, apparently the groom-parent and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed. But that didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding. Love flourishes in the face of adversity. Oh, is that how it works? Yep, if you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spend all my life, spare time, in Koreans watching soap operas on TV. Not sure that it's enough to make you a qualified anything, Maya. Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspect first faced her fair share of harassment too. And from the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her. So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it might be a boon for those who oppose their marriage to begin with. After all, with Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. Okay. This must be the lantern that the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it quite a ways. Looks like a cow, but it's pretty badly broken. It's not a cow. It's a Pegasus, the flying horse. No, wait, it's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything. Oh, look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. This is Pegasus, I tell you. Oh, I know. That pamphlet should tell us. Let's see. Apparently, it's called a Pekamu. Pekamu? I did not see that coming. Yet somehow the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know. Ah, that's strange. What is? Well, this Pekamu is definitely a male Pekapool, right? Yeah, I'd say so. What? With the horns and all. Okay, well. That Pekamu over there is also Pekapool. Take a look at the famlet. See, that one on the right says Pekapool, but the other one says Pekacow. A female Pekamu. Right. The pamphlets goes on to say how they have Pekamu for the happy couple. So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and a female pair of the Pekamus. For some reason, there are only 2 males here. Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room. It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of splendor though. Broken lantern. In any case, we better check these things out. Alright, there's this comes from the lantern. It's covered in blood. Maybe it got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern. Can you imagine going to open a door finding the knob covered with blood? That'd be bloody awful, to say the least. Hey, what's this? Ooh, let me take a look. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her up from the Vista deck. Looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me, but it looks like they wrote it in a rush. Why do you say that? Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of each line. End when. End her. Oh, it says end her. End her when convenient. Right? End her. End her. End when. End her up inconvenient. This happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page. So I'll take your word on that, Miss Pat, a handwriting expert. Hey, I mean, I don't smudge my handwriting this badly. Alright, let's get back to the note. That note was apparently written by the victim. Why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? You sure the victim wrote it? I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour. Maya, are you craving curry rice or something? Oops. So Emma, where's this Vista deck? The note mentions. It's that heliport, you see it right outside the window over there. So he ran and pushing Ellen off from there. What a monster. What do you think this is, Maya? Looks like a flower petal to me. What unusual shape for a flower petal. Do you suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall? No, I don't see a single flower like this at at any of the tables. I wonder where it came from. This is the where the body was found. And the first person who to find it was Ellen. Emma, what can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found? Let's see, the victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. Here's a photo of the scene as we found it. Okay. Guess that about does it for this lantern. Okay, he's holding it. Well, looks like the horns and this flying bovine, he must be a bull. It seems he made through the ceremony in one piece. By the look of wheels, I bet he can be rolled around rather easily too. Yeah, I bet it would be quite hassle if you had to live in Karimir River. This is what the backside looks like. Looks like by the bottom of this tail, a wheel handle. Well. Oh, okay, this way they can get inside to change the light bulb. See, they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted. Guess they figured nobody will see it, so why bother? Makes sense to cut costs where you can. Well, overall, can't say I see anything strange about this thing. It's a sweetheart table where the bride and groom sit, where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this though. They said that newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know. They have to greet and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner. Oh, but I wouldn't be able to stand that. I can imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat it. They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses. With those tight corsets squeezing their waist, they can barely eat a bite. Really? Sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture. Guess food is still wins out over romance in Maya's book. This must be where the victim machine was placed. Can't believe that such a beautiful memento was used for murder. It's just awful. You have to prove Ellen's innocent no matter what it takes. Agree? You can let this go down as the saddest flying wedding reception in history. That's the Vista deck out there. I bet the view is amazing, but I guess it must also kind of freak you out, huh? Yeah, kind of. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up to here. I think that about that's it for this area. Mother airplane, that the perfect decoration for an airline company wedding. And a propeller plane like this enhances the room a great old-timey feel. I'd love to see the Steel Samurai fly a plane like this. You picture it, the Steel Samurai zipping through the clouds over the neo-old Tokyo. If Sprocket Aviation ever becomes a sponsor of the show, I could see it happening. When I think of that, I think I'll go suggest the idea of to them later. Please wait until after the trial is over. It's a fog machine for the reception. Pretty cool, huh? Don't you dare touch it. Oh, spoiler sport. That's because I know how you operate. It's a fog machine. I wonder if they used it during the reception. Oh, hey. Go stand over there for a sec. Alright. Just because now go. Alright. I've got a bad feeling about this. Fogmaster 9000 on! Why no? Huh? Oh, nothing happened. Looks like it won't work without some dry eyes. Darn it. All I wanted to do was surround you in the thick cloud of smoke. It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambition to take it to the skies. It's kind of a romantic notion, don't you think? Yeah, I just noticed that it doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling at all that well. Which is fine, please don't let it fall on my head. Wonder what this portion is for. I imagine people like the reception staff or street entertainers use it. Probably be wait behind it when they're on standby. I see. With a partition this side, I bet they could even fit an elephant back there. Not that anyone is saying would. Get a lot of that huge set of doors. I bet all some sort of things come and go through there. Like an elephant? I'm pretty sure it's not just a bride and groom. It's a banquet hall, not a circus. Wonder what else am I missing? It's one big question screen, industrial sized even. It's cause an industrial sized mess if it fell over. That's why you're not allowed to touch it, Maya. What? Then who's gonna test how stable it is? Should leave it alone, please. Hey. Looks like a business card wallet. I wonder whose it is. Larry's? That face looks almost familiar. Yes, it does, because I'll bring it to him later. I guess that's just about does it for the crime scene. Hey, I want to see the rest of the airship. We might as well since we are here. True, we might have been running into some of the other people involved in the case. Oh. Yeek. How long has that guy been standing there? I didn't even notice him until just now. Excuse me, are you with Sprocket Aviation? Huh? He wrote something on that paper airplane. Guess we're supposed to read it then. Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, that was a rather cold welcome. It's right, Maya. Meet the lone son of the president of the Sprocket Aviation. Soren Sprocket? He's Soren? Or to put it another way, the future president of the Sprocket Aviation. Who's Ellen's fiance? Oh, there he goes. He's kind of an eccentric. Here's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes. An inventor, huh? Yup, he even designed this airship. It's pretty impressive. There's no time to be standing around, gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen. Alright, it looked like he was heading outside. There he is. Excuse me, could we talk to you? Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you what you're doing? He sure is riding up a storm. It's possible if an enormous change in mass could be detected at that observation point. And theoretically, Myra can retain form elements across him. Let's just see what he has to say about Ellen. Excuse me, but we'll be presenting Ellen in the court tomorrow, so could we ask you about the case? Ow, what the? Not interest? Interest? How can you say something like that? This is about your fiance, she's under arrest, you know. The diameter, okay. Loving his own little world. I can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest. We just have to talk on his level, then if it's something he might be interested in. Pendant. Could you take a look at this? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told us that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought. He wasn't even listening. Oh boy. It's not at all what I expected based on Ellen's gushing testimonial anyway. I'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind. I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interest. This guy's the worst. Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen. In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Is that got your intention? So is time travel really even possible? Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it is also impossible. The pen that I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? The time travel keeper, that clock we had displayed in the reception hall? That is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part. That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it? So it's a time machine too? What Ellen experienced is akin to a traveling down a road by a car key. Physically and metaphysically, it should be impossible. Unless... You're losing him again? Maybe we better ask him some more about the time machine. You've been researching time travel, have you? Going through the space-time continuum would be man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel as a mode of transportation? Since the dawn of time, man has developed multivarious methods of transportation. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. But they are all fundamentally similar in that they constitute three-dimensional movement. Travel through the space-time continuum would shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't why, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden. I don't know why. For generations, sprocket aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next great leap. Is he done? What exactly does all that stuff he was saying mean? Basically, it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-through to it, I guess. Oh, I get it. It's the same burger, but with that quicker and a more efficient delivery system. So what Sorin really wanted to do is launch humanity into the future. Launch, not launch. But do you really believe that time travel is impossible? It only becomes truly impossible when a man stops daring to believe. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand. Did you hear that? Time travelers really do exist? All I know is Sorin isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around. Oh, I don't know. I don't like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought too when it comes to inventions anyway. Yeah, his apparent lack of a concern for Ellen is troubling though. So I hear that the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Master Sorin. Okay, it is time for the meeting on the next term's project. What is this daydreaming about your inventions again? You're the future president, you must consider the business side too. It is I found Sorin, send the car over at once. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Sorin, you do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are you, my manners? My name is Pierce Nichod. What? Pierce Nichodi? Please call me Pierce. I'm the Sprocket family butler. Butler? Didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were just on TV and stuff. And who might you be if you don't mind my asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Wyatt's lawyer. I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. Oh, so it is you. I'm most grateful to you for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. You're my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. So hey, speaking of the case, oh, one moment please. Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch. Oh, this? It's just a bit of a good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. Like, I guess it makes sense knowing the time is pretty important in his line of work. So I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. There's a little time before I must attend to Master Sorin again. When I come to Sprocket Manor. How do you mean to Sorin's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. I would like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments. Oh boy, a fancy high society tea party with high-class snacks and everything. What about the investigation? Are you kidding? What better place to investigate than next in Sorin's house? I don't know, do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads? Of course it will. Say we take the butler up on his kind offer and go to Sorin's place. Alright, you win. Very good, to Sprocket Manor then. Foyer. Let me have a bathroom break. Wow, this place does not disappoint. Ooh, I'm so excited. Whoa, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. Now then, we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. Take it you wanted to ask me some questions, huh? That's why you invited us here? I'm sorry to have to trick you like this, but this is a murder after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying this Sprocket family's reputation. Aw, and I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks too. There, Maya, don't cry. This Pierce guy is a one-shoot man. Hey, look at that cute vintage radio. Radio? Oh, that thing over there under the stuffed bull's head? Why not take a closer look? I thought you could settle down. I'm sorry. Not to worry. Damn. Wow, that little mech fixed it right up. I'm not only the butler, but I'm also Sprocket Aviation's repairment director. One might say that unpatching things up is my specialty. What's incredible? What is that little doohickey on your shoulder anyway? It's my fixer-upper shoulder mech Master Sorin made for me. There's too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment though. It's so cool. I wish I had one of those. Fixing things is a simple matter, but fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me, I seem to have gotten sidetracked. He must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. Should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here too. The incident. What incident Miss Ellen was arrested for? You think she did it? But I can't prove it yet, but no, I don't think she could have done it. Guess you could call it a gut feeling. I see, I guess we have a different opinions then. Do we now? The prosecution says that when Gloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective, or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying his case. Her fear you're mistaken or we thought was merely a legal consultation. Besides, none of it matters now, as she is no longer a part of this family. Fortunately for us, they had yet to get their marriage license before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose. I realized how callous I must sound. My duty is to protect the Sprocket family and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. We'll do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as the Sprocket family butler. You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along really well, don't you think? Yeah, I could easily picture Edgeworth with a butler. Oh, and by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime. Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time? She must have been delirious. There is no need to take his claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible though. Master Soren said that? Sounds like he's still stuck in the past. He's psychologically stuck, I take it. Excuse me? What is it? I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having a milk tea. Still have lemon slice at the head ready just in case. You must not disappoint her, understand? We sure are busy. All in a day's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Could you tell us about that thing you mentioned about Soren's past? There's something in Master Soren's past that he wishes to keep a change. Please forgive me if this isn't something I should be sharing with strangers. And I really want to know what Soren is still hung up on. Sometime after the reception, some of the master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall. That is when we saw it. A woman standing in front of the victim with the bloody murder weapon in her hand. It was none other than Miss Ellen. It appears it wasn't what it looked like. That's right, she just happened to find the body. I do not know what Miss Ellen had told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. That is what I told the police who came in response to my call. I see. So Pierce was the one who reported to the police, huh? Okay. Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor. Now look at that, it's a Flying Chapel key card. Flying Chapel, what areas on the Flying Chapel requires a key card, if I might ask? What's the areas we want to keep the public out of? Just the staff room and the hall, which is chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas without a key. That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. Wait, what's Ellen key card doing here? Didn't come back here after the incident occurred. I don't believe so, and she was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man wearing beret by any chance? Yes, he was. As a matter of fact, he was also wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache. Larry. Anyway, the only question is, what was he doing here? Well, those pictures of the wedding reception, yes, I took them with my trusty camera here. Do you mind if we have a look at that photo? Be my guest, take as long as of a look as you like. Because now it works. The smoke there. Well, what do you think of this gorgeous dreamscape? Thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds. Wow, look at how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous though. She does, doesn't she? Hey, look, there's a Pierce. There's Pierce? Really? Where? I don't see Pierce. Oh, right there. Right there, behind the sweetheart table. Hey, you're right. Betty was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner. So what do you think? Does anything in this one stick out at you? No, not at the moment anyway. Hey, if Ellen really did travel back in time, you think these photos of the second reception, you know, after the time jump? I wonder. Excuse me, sir? Yes, can I help you? Ellen told us that she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. Climb up faster than a clam. Well, like this, you know, team time travel, but I think they all work together, you know. Acting, you know? Hey, now here's a real lady. She looks smart as a wimp, doesn't she? I don't know who she is. We didn't see her on the airship. This is Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Beautiful and capable, she was a great lady. Soren's sister. I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. Pierce, the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister, Selena, right? I don't think we have met her yet. Yes, about that. Seems hesitant all of a sudden. You wouldn't mind? Would you tell us about her? Alright, very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past after all. Soren's past? Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was next in line. So why isn't she becoming the next president? Because she died in a car accident? What? I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the accident. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. Ever since then, he has buried himself in his research on time machines. He also became a quite a meticulous, almost compulsive note-taker around then. He seems so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all of that around inside him. Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all of his time on inventions. As the family butler, I am truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past. That's radio again. Looks like an expensive antique. What are you very worried about? If it breaks again, please will just fix it up again. I really hope it's nice enough to waive the repair bill. Oh, it's the bridal pocket. Hey, how about I throw it? And you try to catch it. Why me? Just because? Bet you look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it. Doesn't tradition dictate that it's the ladies that go after the pocket? Who cares? Just catch it. Here. Ow! Hey, you threw that right at my face. Oh, you don't want to catch that pocket, trust me. Why not? They say it's bad luck to catch the pocket of marriage that doesn't last. But I already caught it. Oops, too late now, huh? Hey, Nick, what are you doing here? Larry? Larry? Oh man, it just gave me a heck of a hard time. Larry, what are you doing here? Came to promote my new character, Cop Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of tie-in with me for it. Well, I didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You could learn a thing or two from him. Why don't you promote your agency to them? Now's not exactly the time for that, in case you haven't noticed. See, and this is why you'll never be rich. Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there on the Flying Chapel yesterday, right? Huh? Was I? What were you doing it there? Nothing. Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of, but never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that, let's start with you. You weren't involved in this case, were you? Larry? Hey, he took off. I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the boss. Come on, Maya, after him. Oh, are you leaving so soon? We have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please try to spread the family's feelings as you do. Yes, of course. There you go. Let's check the outside. There he is. Hey, Larry. Hey there, friend. Fancy meeting you here. There's nothing much fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that? Huh? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm all of inspiration from my new picture book hit me and I had to run is all. It's like, QP funny, you dick. Right. He's just going to keep on playing dumb, isn't he? Come on, Larry. I know you were on that airship, so what did you see? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship. Well, well, well. Sumakatamas? Cyclops? You say something? The spiritual power of this Makatama allows me to see.
Take that!
What Larry's hiding? There's no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, you got it all wrong. Got nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Oh, come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? You weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person.
Take that!
Obviously. You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place, and all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever. Isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. You have to lie, at least do a better job of it. That's one. Don't diss me. You're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof, if you got any. Doubling down, or are you fine?
Take that!
Uh-oh. This is your business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the reception hall. Time to come clean, Larry boss. What exactly are you hiding? Alright, fine, you got me. I'll tell you everything. What you saw? Larry, what were you doing on that airship anyway? Well, I went out there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. I didn't know you took on real shops like that too. Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the net. That's how you met Ellen? Uh-huh. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo with the welcome sign, but seeing her in person, the way she smiled at me and said thank you, I felt like I've been hit by lightning. That's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into a reception hall. Smart move on their part, I'd say. Got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must be when I dropped my business card wallet. So somebody else must have found it. And brought it to the reception hall then. But you know what? It was something incredible when I was on that flying chapel. Like... Get a lot of this. What the heck is this? What do you mean, what is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing. Sketch the picture of one of the cabins on the airship. So what's so incredible about a cabin? Look at what's outside the window. It's one of those flying dinosaurs. A real-life pterodactyl. Ptero. I looked out the cabin window and there it was, just flying out there. That airship traveled through time, I tell you. And I told that Pierce Butler guy about it. He told me to never mention that to anybody ever again. What he tried to keep you from spouting about it is clearly just nonsense. This Sprocket Aviation is strictly developing a time machine. No way. This case is totally amazing. Larry, you didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you? Of course not. Edgeworth would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I even tell him I was wandering around on the airship. I told him I met Ellie on the mooring dock and we ran away together. Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right over his head had he heard about this. So Larry also experienced the time slip somehow, but how is that possible? Hey, I'll be taking my card wallet back now if you don't mind. Oh yeah, this for you. What is it? Oh, that's the pterodactyl, isn't that the one? It's a picture of the Hulk. I took it when I was wandering around on the airship. Probably it's that one, I think. See, there's Ellie right there in the middle. I'm the hold. Yes, see, it's right here in the diagram. Okay, so now I know where the hold is, but what was Ellen doing there? Well, they were using it as a preparing area for the reception. I see an around when it should take this. For the reception, I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. It was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it will be any of help, but thanks for this anyway. It will be big help, I think. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by the security system. So how did you get in there? That's a trade secret, I can't tell you. The hit just keeps on coming. Well, I guess that's basically a wrap on the investigation. Not quite. I want to meet Ellen too. Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center then so you can say hi. No, why? Please understand that this is in Master Sorin's best interest. Sounds like Ellen's busy talking with someone. Well, Mr. Potter, the next president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us. It is Mr. Right. So, the marriage is definitely out. There is no other choice. You cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Sorin and the Sprocket family, this is what is best. No. In that case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocent? Then you would have a criminal in the family, right? I suppose you are right, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. That's not true, not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things. I don't think a case is unlikely, so rest assured I will prove her innocent. Mr. Phoenix, right. I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world. For better or for worse. Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocent, then you won't stand in the way of Sorin and Ellen's marriage. Very well. But not even the most talented warrior in the world can change a reality itself. The reality is, Miss Ellen is guilty beyond a shadow of doubt. Well, that's where you're wrong, Pierce. I'm clean as where I am. Obsessively, compulsively clean. She's clean and pure as this pure white dress. Fine, you have my word, but you will be the one to regret this promise. Now, if you'll excuse me. Now I have all the more reasons to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation, and we'd like to talk with you about what we found. Okay, so what did you find out? In the course of our investigation, we've heard that you had been seen standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands. It wasn't what it looked like. It's true I was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked, and I was hoping I could go back in time again like I had done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking. You were so desperate you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution. No. As for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws could confirm your story, I'm afraid. I see. The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something. Really? What did he see? Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. He claims he saw pterodactyl flying outside the airship. What? Not only that, but apparently Pierce told Larry to keep quiet about it. But why would Pierce do such a thing? Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something secret. A time machine to be exact. You think that's why nobody would confirm my story because it's a secret? I really don't know. Speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your key card at Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you. Oh, thank goodness. Just while I was getting things ready for the reception, I looked everywhere for it. So glad you found it. Please try. There are tears of joy this time for a change. Well, looks like you have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow. That's right. I swear that while Mr. Bloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling back through time. Great, with starchy and skeptic Edgewood at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow. You're really gonna have our work cut out for us. To be continued. Alright, I think I am done for today, my guys. Tomorrow, looks like tomorrow we should start the trial. 7 hour stream, I'll take it. But yeah, with that guys, I wish you all a happy, wonderful Tuesday. I shall see you guys tomorrow. Probably the finale of this game, and then we're going back with Pokemon. Alright, catch you later.